commence with our criminal calendar. We refer to affectionately as our Orca calendars. If you are attending these particular calendars via Zoom, please make sure that your video is on, but that your audio is on mute. Furthermore, if you are operating a moving motor vehicle, if you are driving, they are going to have you removed from the Zoom conference. If you are just stepping out of the bed, as I'm not certain if you're on a bed or on a sofa, we will remove you from the Zoom conference. So please make sure that you are dressed appropriately and that you are situated appropriately. Another thing is, if you look at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you should see your name. If your name is Galaxy or iPhone, well, then that's your name. But if that is not your name, please correct your participant name to how you would like to be identified. So Mr. Samsung and Mr. Galaxy, I don't believe those would be your names. Mr. KG and Mr. iPhone and a young lady with the name 783310. Look under your, click on your participant. You'll see 3 dots at the top of your screen, or right click, whatever your device allows you to do. Make sure you change it to your correct name. All right, I have now also, if you're a defendant and you're not represented by counsel, I need you to, if you look at your screen, there should be an option where you can put your you can put this hand symbol, if you see it on my screen. All right. If you are a defendant and you are not represented by counsel and you would like to speak to the public defender's office, please click that right hand on your screen so that the public defenders will know that they need to reach out to you to see if you qualify for their services. Okay, Mr. Samsung, you need to place your screen on mute. The gentleman with the white hat on your head, or the host can mute Mr. Samsung. He's got a white, thank you. All right, so if you're a defendant, please remember these rights. First ones, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. If you have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to represent you. Now, Miss KG. Miss KG. Where is she? All right. Please remember, this is an open virtual court. You are not expected to be lying in a bed. You're not expected to be lying down on your sofa. You're not expected to be smoking or doing any activities that you would otherwise not do in a courtroom. I will have you removed from the Zoom. I have a couple of folks in the courtroom. Ms. McCutcheon, do you have any update on Ms. Rockwell?
Your Honor, I just sent Ms. Rockwell the Zoom link, so she should be getting on.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Do you represent this gentleman?
I do, Judge, and
Okay. Are we
he
doing a
always
plea
comes
today?
in person.
Are we doing a plea with him?
Let me find out if there's been a slight modification in the offer, Judge. I was just talking to Madam Prosecutor McCutcheon regarding him, but apparently that's not the person I need to be speaking with. Let me stand down on him, Judge, just so I can visit with the new prosecutor or whoever.
What's his name again?
Neri Gomez.
All right, and who's the prosecutor trying Mr. Gomez? I need to make sure that we have our Spanish interpreter available.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, I am here.
And
Okay,
good morning. That is my case, Your Honor. Erica Marshall Story. Good morning.
good morning. Miss Rockwell and Miss Marshall Story, please communicate right
We-
now as fast
we
as
will,
possible, because I don't want to keep the interpreter on hold any longer than I need to.
Okay.
Okay, so it's important that you'll get this resolved. Either he's going to trial or we're taking a plea today. All right, in the meantime, is Brendan Meriday present? Brendan Meriday. Brendan Meriday?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm present. I apologize about that.
All right, Mr. Meriday, you've been charged with simple battery from June 17, 2019, case number 20 CR 004486Y. Your case was reset today for a final plea. Are you represented by counsel?
No, I'm not, Your Honor.
Are you chosen to represent yourself?
I have.
And have you applied for the public defender's office to see if you qualify?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
Would you like to, or has that been made, the offer been made before? I don't know. Were you,
An offer was made before, in my last, court appearance. I was offered 40 hours of community service as well as anger management courses, as a plea bargain.
all right? And so, Mr. Meriday, you do have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say about the facts or statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you choose to represent yourself, then you're responsible for any legal decision you make, how the law would apply to your particular set of facts, and also how it may apply to any personal situations you may have, any open cases or any professional licenses. Do you still want to proceed self-represented?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right. Who's our prosecutor for position 1 on Orca E final plea calendar?
Good morning, Your Honor. That would be me, Sarita Githia.
All right. And Ms. Githia, have we exchanged documents with Mr. Meriday?
Did we send them to you the last time, Mr. Meriday, and you just couldn't access them you didn't have access to a printer? Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So you have them, correct?
I do. Are you talking about the, I believe the documentation for the plea, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. And if I'm not mistaken, it was the 40 hours of community service as well as anger management.
12 months probation, 40 hours community service, and 4 anger management classes. Correct.
Yes, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Have you filled out the paperwork?
No, I have not yet to fill it out, Your Honor.
Really? What was the insurmountable delay, sir? This is the time to get it prepared, sent in to take your plea.
Well, Your Honor, so I didn't actually, they told me to, I guess, reschedule it. I'm assuming this is kind of my
Mr.
first go.
Meriday, today is the day to take your plea. Today is the day to get your documents in. Where are you currently standing?
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't actually know that I was supposed to turn
I
in.
don't care what you didn't know. You're here to take a final plea. The documents are due today. I'm going to expect you to either be prepared with the documents within the next 15 minutes, or you're going to come down to the courtroom in G33. Otherwise, I'll be glad to send the marshal's office to your place to have you arrested. Now, are you ready with your documents?
No, Your Honor. I did
Will you
not
be ready in the next 15 minutes?
No, Your Honor. If I may, I did not know that I was supposed to turn in paperwork. This is my first go
Mr.
around.
Meriday,
Not-
you chose to represent yourself. You're responsible for understanding. And I don't have patience anymore with regards to folks whose cases have been reset for a final plea. Now, where are you physically located right now?
Right now I'm all the way down in McDonough
Good.
currently.
Get in your car and come up to 160 Prior Street right now.
I do not have a vehicle, Your Honor.
Then Uber it
Is
up.
there a way that
I'm
I
going
can
to,
email it?
Mr. Meriday, your documents have to be filled out and emailed to Ms. Githia before, what time is it? Before 9:45, or you make yourself available in the courtroom before 10 a.m. That's your option. Do you understand?
Uh,
Good. All right, we can mute Mr. Merriday while he makes sure that, Ms. Githia, if you can put in the chat feature your email to Mr. Merriday.
I've just done it.
Thank you. Mr. Merriday, get those documents filled out, signed, and sent off to Ms. Githia so I can take your plea this morning. You're the first case I scheduled this morning in front of all these other people on the Zoom. Understood? All right. Orca E status conference calendar. I have Jacoby Dickerson. Jacoby Dickerson. Will the host please mute Mr. Merriday, and I need Jacoby Dickerson. Is he in the courtroom? Who's the prosecutor in this case?
That would be me, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Githia, what was the status of this case?
He was to, on August 12th, he was to hire an attorney. So he did appear August 12th, and he was going to hire a private attorney.
All right, we'll give him till the close of calendar to appear. Paul McCrory. Paul McCrory. I am looking at the September 9th, 9 a.m. calendar. Okay. All right. Mr. McCrory is present. Mr. McCrory, who's your attorney?
Miss Gant.
Miss who?
Gant.
What's her full name?
Judge, that's Miss Wanda Gant.
Oh, Miss Wanda Gant.
Correct,
Okay.
Judge.
I'm sorry, Judge, we do represent Mr. McCrory. I have his file. We'd ask the court to accept a plea of not guilty and set the case for jury trial.
All right. Has the case been arraigned? Are you filing a waiver of arraignment?
I will check with Ms. Gant about that, but I believe we will be. If we haven't waived arraignment, we will do so now, Judge.
Let me. All right, he's not been arraigned, and if you'd like to go ahead and submit a waiver of arraignment, or I can arraign him right now on screen if you want to waive a reading of the accusation.
Judge, at this time, we would waive further reading of the charges. Ask the case be placed on the jury trial calendar.
All right, thank you. Mr. Paul McCrory, you're represented by the Public Defender's Office, and I've already advised you of your right to remain silent. You have been accused of 2 misdemeanor offenses, theft by deception and theft by receiving stolen property from May 11th, 2020 in case number 20 CR 004-278Y. From your attorney, I understand that you want to enter a plea of not guilty, and your case will then be scheduled for trial before the division judge. At the time of the trial, the prosecutor has the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the prosecutor succeeds, you could be convicted of 1 or more of these charges and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned. It will be further notice for trial before Judge Edie. And that concludes the this case. Thank you, Mr. Horn, and Mr. McCrory, you're free to go. Thank you. All right, Shrinacia Smith. Shrinacia Smith.
Here.
Will the host please remove Paul McCrory from the Zoom? And Ms. Smith, I'm sorry, identify yourself again.
Right here.
All right, I see you now. Thank you. All right, Ms. Shrinacia Smith, this is case 20 CR 004-295Y. You're accused of simple battery and simple assault from April 18th, 2019. You've been advised of your right to remain silent. Who's your attorney?
I don't have one.
Have you applied for the services of the Public Defender's Office?
When I was down there, you sent me to the office. I was supposed to be represented by someone else.
but nobody reached out to me, so I just showed up to court.
All right. Mr. Korn or Ms. Catrice Helen or
Yes.
anyone from the Public Defender's Office, can you confirm if Shanicia Smith has ever filled out an application for the Public Defender's Office? Or is this a conflict matter?
We'll look that up, Judge. If not, she'll have to be requalified today, Judge.
Judge, as I recall, this was a conflict case. I believe we represent the alleged victim in this case.
Okay,
Or it might be the other way around. I'm not positive on that. I'm gonna do some research and find out.
all right, Ms. Smith, did you go there and ask her whether they were going to appoint an attorney for you, Ms. Smith?
Yeah, I went down to the desk that you sent me to.
And what did you ask them?
I told them you sent me there to, I needed to get a representative. The lady contacted me on the phone outside when we was in court. And she was like, they couldn't represent me.
They what?
They couldn't represent me, so I had to go outside of you all for somebody to represent me.
Good morning, Judge Law. This is Ms. Strong. I've reached out to Ms. Cook in reference to Ms. Smith's case for her to receive a conflict attorney, but I guess they hadn't reached out to her, but I had no knowledge of that when I placed her back on the calendar for today.
So she still doesn't have conflict counsel?
Right, and I wasn't aware until just now.
And Judge, she's a reset from the July 29th Orca calendar. And yes, Judge, she is a conflict case. So I guess we can reach out to our conflict office to see if we could get her an application there. If not, I don't know if we have conflict counsel ready for her today, Judge.
My goodness. Okay. Who's hosting? Is it Miss Champion or Mr. Jordan? Oh, Miss Smith. Okay. Miss Smith, Shanacia Smith, you need to get appointed with conflict counsel. If you had not heard back from them since July, I'm rather surprised that you did not follow up to find out why an attorney has not reached out to you. Have you made attempts to hire a private attorney?
No.
Okay, so what would you like to do today, since you've not taken any steps to make sure you got counsel?
I mean, I didn't know who to contact because you all can represent me. So somebody else was supposed to be contacting me as I was.
All right, you're going to come back down to 160 Prior Street on Monday or today. You're going to speak to the clerk's office, and this is what you're going to say. I need a conflict attorney. You need to make sure that they get your name, your number, so that they can make sure a conflict attorney contacts you to see if you qualify and whether you can be represented. Now, if you don't want a public defense attorney to represent you at no expense, then you have a right to hire your own attorney or represent yourself. What steps would you like to take now to make sure that you get an attorney?
What was the offering that you all was offering me the last time when I spoke in court?
I don't know. Who is our prosecutor for this case?
That is me, Your Honor. The
Yes,
offer is 12 months probation, 3 anger management classes, and no contact with the victim, Michelle Ferris.
Okay, I'll take that.
What is your email so that Ms. Githia can email you the documents for you to fill out and then send it back to her?
SHY.
Go into the chat feature and type it out to Sarita Githia. You're in front of your computer, click chat.
Oh, okay.
Look for the participant name, Sarita Githia. And make sure you get the documents, fill them, print them, fill them out, read them carefully, and then send them back to Ms. Sarita Githia if you agree to those terms. I'll take your case up later this morning.
Okay.
Ms. Smith, we can place, okay, thank you. Arthur Lee Tolbert. Ms. Helen?
Yes, Your Honor, that is my case. Mr. Tolbert is on the line, like my camera. Okay. I do believe that that's going to be a not guilty. He's not accepting any offer from the state. We are requesting a jury trial. If I can receive that case management file document to sign and request that jury trial on behalf of Mr. Tolbert.
Okay. Oh, we have to do the case management in the Paul McCrory case as well. All right. So let me go ahead. All right. Are you planning to file a waiver of arraignment, or would you like your client's case arraigned today?
Please arraign the case, Your Honor.
Where's Mr. Tolbert? I'm trying to find him in the sea of Zoom.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right. Mr. Arthur Lee Tolbert, and Miss Helen, do we waive a reading of the accusation?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. This is Arthur Lee Tolbert, case number 20 CR 005-697Y. Mr. Tolbert, you've been accused of a misdemeanor offense of criminal trespass allegedly from July 8th, 2020 in Fulton County, Georgia. You do have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case, and your attorney is going to be a public defense attorney, Ms. Catrice Helen. Mr. Tolbert, upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial before Judge Edie. At the time of the trial, the prosecution would have complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, sir, your case has been arraigned and is going to be further noticed to Judge Edie's court for a final jury trial. Anything else, Ms. Helen?
No, Your Honor. I just want to sign that case management document as soon as it's ready.
All right, yeah. Case management orders will be issued for Paul McCrory and Arthur Lee Tolbert. Ms. Smith, I'm expected to receive her paperwork before 9:45 a.m. And Mr. Meriday, you will have to put your email again in the chat feature so that we can resend the documents to you. Good Lord. Okay.
Like, I'm literally doing the best I can right now.
Don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I just want you to send your email to Miss Githia. Did you get Mr. Meredith's email?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm
All
gonna.
right, please send him the documents. And I want to get this resolved this morning. Thank you. All right. The next calendar I'm addressing is we have a Orca A show cause calendar, and the individual is Courtney Verde, attorney Shannon Render.
Good morning, Judge. Attorney Render on behalf of Ms. Verdry.
All right, good morning, sir. And is Courtney Verde present?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to find it. Courtney Verde, could you please just say hello?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm right here.
I see you. Okay, thank you. Okay, this was reset to for a show cause on September 9th. I believe that was, well, now that counsel is here, Mr. Render, how are you proceeding in your client's case? Hello?
Looks like he's frozen, Judge.
Mr. Render,
Mr. Render has a bad connection. I'm going to place him in the waiting room and bring him back in.
all right, thank you. Is he back in? I don't know yet. Let me know when he's back in the calendar, please. Thank you. All right, I'm going to start with Orca B calendar for final plea. Ms. Gipia, have you had a chance to send the plea documents to both individuals, Ms. Smith and?
I have to work on Ms. Smith and I'm about to send Mr. Meredith. I had to just pull him up.
Okay. All right. As I said, if you're a defendant and you want to see if you qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office, it's up to you to signal with the right hand, with that yellow hand symbol. If you look under reactions on the Zoom panel, it gives you a couple of options. You can indicate with the little hand, or you can indicate with something like this, all right? So that the Public Defender's Office will know that they need to reach out to you.
Apologies, Judge. I don't know what happened. I think I got kicked out of the meeting.
How do I remove that?
And I apologize, Judge, I didn't want to interrupt you. Can Mr. Arthur Tolbert be excused? I'm just waiting
Yes.
to sign his. Thank you,
Yeah.
Judge. Mr. Tolbert, you can be excused.
All right. So folks, if you need the Public Defender's Office, this is the time to signal that you want so the public defender can reach out to you on Zoom. Don't tell me you need a public defender when I call your case, all right? Because it's going to take some time to speak with them and to see if you qualify for their services. Brian J. Clark, these are cases that have been scheduled for a final plea. So I'm going to assume that you have all had the plea documents, reviewed them and send them back to the prosecutor so that I may review your plea documents when we do our plea hearing. So Mr. Brian J. Clark, if you can stop moving, please, and be seated in one spot. All right, Mr. Clark, your case was scheduled for a final plea, case number 20 CR 003-262F. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am. I'm waiting on my attorney to come in.
And who would that be?
Cal Johnson.
Is Attorney Cal Johnson present?
It's Jars Mick, Your Honor, Erica Marshall Story for the Fulton County Solicitor's Office. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's Mr. Jars Mick, and I believe he sent a letter this morning stating that he had another calendar, but would be joining very shortly.
Okay, so we're going to hold for his report. Okay, thank you. Have you received the plea documents for Mr. Brian Clark?
Your Honor, the defendant is going to request a jury trial.
Has he filed a waiver of arraignment?
Your Honor, I don't know what he's done. He just, we were unable to reach a negotiation on this matter, and he let me know he'd be setting it down for a jury trial.
I don't see any requests for a jury trial.
Oh, no, Your Honor, he just told me in our conversation, we spoke several times trying to resolve this case. So he has not filed anything with the court. I do expect him to be on the line very shortly.
Okay. All right, Mr. Clark, you're just going to wait till your attorney shows up.
Yes, ma'am.
Michael Cobbs, attorney Mark Jackson.
Yes.
And your attorney is Mr. Mark Jackson. Mr. Jackson, are you present? There you are, sir. Are you on mute, sir? Sorry, Mr. Jackson. All right, your screen's on mute. If you could please unmute your Zoom.
Let me see if that'll work. Your
Yes.
Honor, let me.
All right, Mr. Jackson, your
Yes, Your
client
Honor.
is here for a final plea.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the situation, Your Honor. We were trying to track down a video on this and got word yesterday that there was not a video. Myself and Ms. Story have been engaged in negotiations all the way up until the last couple of minutes before the court began. And this, we have decided after talking to my client that this is going to be a plea However, I'm in a situation right now where I'm in Coweta County. So I'm just going to ask for the court's advice as to how the court would like me to proceed. I can get to the courthouse right afterwards, but I'm in another courthouse at this point, and I do not have the plea document.
Has your client reviewed the plea paperwork and have you?
No, Your Honor, because we had not decided on the plea other than just a couple of minutes ago, because we were waiting for the waiting to hear about the video that was available. I had requested it a while back, and Ms. Story had been working on it for quite some time, and we just got confirmation, I believe, yesterday that there was no video late afternoon.
All right, so wherever you are, if you have the plea documents, you can send it to your client. You can go over the plea paperwork with him and you can sign up for him if you choose to do so. And then email it back to Ms. Marshall Story and we'll take the plea this morning.
Your Honor, is that, can those be electronically signed or they have to be digitally signed?
If you have the ability to have it electronically signed from where you are, that'll be great.
I guess what I'm saying is these aren't DocuSign docs coming, are they, by chance?
I have no idea what
They
the
are
prosecutor
not.
is going to send you.
They're not
Your Honor,
DocuSign.
I am not in a situation where I can print anything out at this point or send it to my client. Do I need to come down
Mr.
to
Jackson,
the courthouse?
with all due respect, this case was rescheduled from July 5th. And I don't know why folks like to appear in Zoom from a vehicle unless they have the ability to also respond to these kind of situations. So I'm in a kind of a pickle where I'm not inclined to reset this case. So you tell me, how are you planning to accommodate the paperwork so that we can take your client's plea today and be done with it?
Yeah, Your Honor, I apologize. I'm just trying to handle, different cases at the same time.
Understood, but like I said, I
kind
still
of in a
don't
pickle
understand
too.
why cases are being handled from inside a car.
So we just, well, the all honesty, Your Honor, I mean, I just received word as of late and yesterday, and we were still trying to negotiate the case up until the last couple of minutes. And Ms. Story has been very gracious in trying to come up with a solution, and we have one, but it came at the last minute, Your Honor. So as of this moment, as about 5 minutes ago, I wasn't sure whether or not we were going to even be able to do a plea. And I had been asking, and Ms. Story has been trying to get the video for quite some time, and we had been working on that. And I just, as of yesterday, just found out that there was not one that existed.
All right, Mr. Jackson, I'm going to be here. I gather about 2 hours because I know that I'm going to have a whole lot of people who are not going to be ready. As you've already heard from 9 o'clock this morning, and it's already 9:30, and I haven't taken a single plea from my final plea calendar. So take your time within the next 2 hours to get the documents to your client and get it signed off and emailed to Ms. Marshall Story, and we can move forward. All right?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
And Judge, not to interrupt court, this is Attorney Render back on behalf of Ms. Courtney Virgin.
Yes, sir.
Has some technical difficulties, Judge.
And what do you want to do? Are we ready to go on a plea with your client's case?
We're ready for a trial calendar, Judge. There's some outstanding motions we filed. There's some outstanding motions we filed. Once those are heard, Your Honor, we'll be
Standing motion to be filed.
No, I'm sorry. They've already been filed, Judge. They need to be heard.
Okay.
Calendar day.
And this was a motion to suppress. So we are hearing the motion to suppress today?
Not today, Judge.
Let's see, this is. All right, who's the prosecutor for this case?
Your Honor, I'll take that case.
And what was your understanding of why this case was scheduled this morning?
I believe this is the case that was on the show cause calendar.
A show cause for failure to appear?
Am I correct? Is it that case?
All I see is that it was reset from August 5th.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
There was discovery made on July 21st.
What's the defendant's name and which calendar is
This
it?
is Courtney Verde, attorney Shannon Render. There was a waiver of arraignment. There was a motion filed on May 3rd.
Which calendar is this, Your Honor?
Orca A, show cause, the
Orca A.
only case on it.
So regarding the show cause calendar, that was my understanding, was it was on for the defendant to appear.
Counsel says he's here for a motion, for a hearing on a motion to suppress.
No, Your Honor, I indicated I filed the motion to suppress. I wasn't.
Back in
I was-
May. When were you planning to get it heard?
I filed a generalized motion back in May, Judge. I filed a particularized motion, I believe it was last month. But I was not informed that today's calendar was for it.
Particularized motion in limine for pretrial Daubert hearing regarding state administered horizontal gaze nystagmus. This was filed on July 21st.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what were you thinking was going to happen today?
Your Honor, I had not received any information that we were moving forward with the motion today.
What information were you waiting on?
Something in the mail to indicate that this was a hearing. I was on leave last week, and my client informed me of this hearing this week, Judge.
I'm a little confused, Mr. Render. You filed a waiver of arraignment and notices were already sent out, and you just were informed by your client? So you're not getting notices from the court?
I haven't getting notices, Judge, but as far as this one goes, I have not, and I was not informed that this will be arguing the motion at this time. Now, if the court needs,
I'm really confused. Did you want me to send a notice saying, Mr. Render, we're going to hear your motion today? You filed the motion July 21st, 2022.
Yeah, well, Your Honor, usually the calendar is indicated when the calendar is sent out.
I'm telling you, this calendar is set for all these pretrial matters. So what would you like to do this morning other than just telling me you are here?
Can this motion be heard before trial, Judge?
This is a motion to suppress an HGN test. So are you prepared to go forward since it was filed back in July 21st? So I'm assuming you are all gung-ho and ready to go.
If the state is ready, Judge, we can move forward.
All right. Ms. Marshall-Story?
No,
This motion was filed on July 21st.
Your Honor, the state is not prepared to proceed at this time.
And why not?
Your Honor, as counsel stated, when we received this calendar 2 days ago, it was on a show, it was for a show cause hearing. The defendant did show up today.
Show cause why the motion should not be granted.
That's
the only thing pending in this case.
Is that written somewhere? If it is, I did not see that.
Ms. Marshall-Story, I don't need to spell out the whole thing. I can just look at the case in a snapshot and see there's a motion pending and there's a show cause reason.
Okay.
I mean, if y'all take on these cases, I expect y'all to be ready.
The state's not prepared to be ready, and we'd respectfully ask for a short adjournment, and we can add this case to your next motions calendar, and the state will be prepared to proceed.
All right.
And that's unless, of course, the defendant is choosing to have his motions heard prior to trial, the start of the trial.
Well, he's filed a waiver of arraignment, so I'm assuming that's what's going to happen. So we're just going to further notice the case to trial. Do y'all want a bench trial or a jury trial?
Jury trial, Judge.
All right, then it's going to be further notice to the division judge. And it'll be scheduled for the motion in limine and for a jury trial. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Unbelievable. Oh, I really think I've already done this too. Okay, we're holding on Attorney George Smith, we're holding on Mr. Jackson Lee. Robert Smiley for Adolph Dorval.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Judge, I have been working with Ms. Marshall's story on that case. Unfortunately, we have not been able to reach a resolution. And so we would like that moved to the jury trial calendar, and he has been previously arraigned.
All right. Thank you, sir. So no plea and further notice for jury trial.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Dorval and Mr. Smiley, you're both free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Is Daryl Davenport present? Daryl Davenport. Daryl Davenport or his attorney. Okay. Eldred Edie.
Judge, that is my case. Mr. Edie is present in court. I have emailed the final plea to Ms. Story, which is signed. I am just waiting for it to be given to your judge and for us to accept the plea on behalf of Mr. Edie.
All right, so you sent it to Ms.
Ms. Story,
and
I can email it to someone else.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm actually looking at it as we speak, and counsel, if you can send it, it looks fine to the judge, that would be perfect.
All right.
Well, Judge, I'm sending it right
What's
now.
the email that they should send it to? Okay, do you have it in there?
I don't have it. I believe I have your email, Judge, or should I send it to?
Miss Reddit, because she.
Right, okay. I'll send it right now, forwarding it right now to Ms. Redden.
And folks, if you, she's got the note there is Monica Redden at fultoncountyga.gov. Another thing is, again, everyone look at the chat feature. It's got all the information, how to reach out to the public defender's office if you want their representation. Okay, so as soon as I receive the paperwork for Mr. Edie, is that you, sir?
I just emailed it to Ms. Redden. I just hope she's received it.
Okay. All right, as soon as I get it, Mr. Edie will come forward to the podium and we'll take a final plea. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Neri Gomez, we're waiting on Ms. Rockwell. Ms. Rockwell, any progress? Ms. Rockwell or Ms. Marshall Story, any progress?
Good morning, Judge. We are communicating back and forth, and I know Ms. Story is a little bit busy, so I'm trying to be patient. We are in, this is a volleyball game, Judge. We're back and forth.
I really don't like it because we already went through one time, so not very athletic where that's concerned. Okay, Miss Marshall Story, all y'all need to do is just hammer out the plea agreement, which I'm assuming was already in progress since the last time we handled Mr. Gomez's case for an ungodly length of time.
Yes, Your Honor, the plea agreement was previously relayed. I thought we were settled on it, but received a counter offer via Zoom this morning. And that's something that I would need to speak to Deputy McCutcheon about. Is she still in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Judge, I'll reach out to her. And just to clarify, Ms. Story, we were okay with the terms, but not the charge because we don't want to get him deported. So let me stand down and talk to Ms. McCutcheon.
Ms. McCutcheon, you want to get into the little fray with Ms. Rockwell and Ms. Marshall Story?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's do that.
Only for the purpose of time, Your Honor. I think do you want me to stay on to take the plea?
I want to get this case closed out or get it to trial. That's all.
Your Honor, I kind of have an idea as to what Ms. Rockwell is requesting. I'm asking the court, what was the best way to do this since I'm in person and they're on the Zoom?
You can step outside and call her.
Okay, Ms. Rockwell, I will call you and then we can merge in Ms. Marshall Story.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Helen and Ms. Marshall Story for Eldred Edie. Mr. Edie, please come forward. Walk all the way this way. Come up to the podium. Ms. Helen, this is a negotiated plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Edie, if you please raise your right hand for purposes of the plea. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Edie, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Ms. Catrice Helen. Do you see her on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so we are first going to hear from the prosecutor as to what the recommended sentence is, and then I'll hear from your attorney, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Marshall-Story?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hmm.
I'll call you right back, Michelle. I'm sorry, that was Michelle calling. Your Honor, my apologies. In the matter of Eldred Edie, the state has offered on a plea to the simple battery family violence, a 12 months probation, along with 3 anger management classes and no further contact with V. Fritz Ridgway. And the state will no process the second family violence charge.
And Judge, I just have one update. I do believe that it was a no further violent contact with Mr. Fritz Ridgway.
All right, so let me just clarify one thing. So the paperwork that was sent to me was simple battery, 2 counts. So this is going to be only on 1 count. And the second count is no
Yes,
count,
we'll no
correct?
process the second count, Your Honor.
And Judge, if I need to send a new cover page to remove that 2X.
No, I got it.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Okay, and then, and what was the second thing you asked me, Helen?
That it's no further violent contact. I have that the agreement was no further violent contact with
All
Mr.
right.
Ridgway.
And
So-
that's fine, Your Honor.
No further violent contact with Fritz Ridgway.
Correct, Judge.
This is a balanced probated, 3 anger management classes. Was there consent to non-reporting?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and I will waive probation fees through the end of this year only.
Understood, Judge. So if I could just make sure that that's waived 6 months fees and that Mr. Edie understands that it's just
September, October, November, December, that's 4
3.
months waiver.
4.
Do you still want to proceed? Mr. Edie, do you still want to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so we've heard from the state that it is no further violent contact with Fritz Ridgway, which means you can have physical and verbal contact, but there cannot be any altercations, okay? Ms. Helen, do you stipulate to factual basis, venue, and ID?
I do, Your Honor.
Right. Mr. Edie, have you consumed any kind of medication or alcohol recently?
No, Your Honor.
And have you understood the explanations that your attorney has provided you regarding this plea hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you satisfied with the services?
I am.
And has anyone forced you or induced you to take this plea today?
No.
And are you entering a plea freely, knowingly, and intelligently?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, I'm sure your attorney has gone over this as well, but I just want to make sure that if you take this plea today, that you will be reporting to probation and that you will be continuing to report to probation every month until your conditions are fulfilled, after which will be non-reporting. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
The probation fees will be waived up to and including December of 2022. And if you haven't completed your conditions, you will continue to report but start paying probation fees from January 1st of next year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Furthermore, you will have to waive and give up your constitutional rights to go back to court, to have a trial in front of a judge or a jury, to be able to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, challenge the state's evidence, bring in your own defenses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to 1 count of simple battery domestic violence?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months, credit for time served, 12 months probation, excuse me. Balanced probation, 12 months probation, during which time you have to do 3 anger management classes. Those classes must be completed before the end of the year if you want to take advantage of the waiver of probation fees. If you've completed the classes, then your probation will be non-reporting. And at all times while you're on active and non-reporting probation, you have to have no physical or verbal altercations with Flint Ridgway.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about your plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You will report to probation next Thursday at 132 Mitchell Street.
Okay.
In downtown Atlanta. There's a piece of paper there. I don't know if there's a pen there. You can write down somewhere at the back. We can give you an extra pen.
Can I just put it in my phone?
Yeah, just write down anywhere or put it in your phone. Probation office, it's at 132 Mitchell Street. In Atlanta, Georgia. And they should have your documents so that you can process you to begin your probation. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms.
Thank you,
Helen,
Judge.
anything else to add with Mr. Edie?
No, Judge.
All right, you're free to go, sir. Thank you. All right, Ghana Hardy or Ghana Hardy. G''Anna Hardy. Miss Hardy? All right, Miss Hardy is not present. Blake Sebastian, Attorney Donald Beskian.
Your Honor, when Mr. Beskin and I spoke, he told me that the case was reset. I thought he must have spoken with the court.
Okay, just let me check one thing. All right, we're gonna reset it for another final plea calendar. Was it gonna be reset for final plea?
Yes.
October 21st. That would be at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
All right, Kareen Soberan, Kareen Ebony Soberan. Anyone in the courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Attorney Teresa Seals for Ms. Subran. That's going to be a plea today. We emailed documents to Ms. Riley and Ms. Johnson on August 19th.
Ms. Seals, can you email those documents to me? I was not aware that she was even represented, and I don't have that plea paperwork.
Okay. I'll forward to you that email.
All right, I'm assuming everybody has email addresses, so, and Ms. Seals, if you can also forward that to Monica Redden, it's on the chat feature.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that we can have it and we will take the plea today. Thank you.
Okay.
Arico Thomas. Arico Thomas.
Judge, Your Honor, that's my case, Mr. Thomas. And I've supplied verification of this to the solicitor on the case. He and his mother are in Detroit today for a funeral that's happening right now. We would ask this case be set off. Moreover, I think we're gonna have some competency issues. Mr. Thomas last December was shot and suffered a stroke, and as a result, and has complete aphasia, doesn't understand anything that's going on around him.
Okay, I'm sorry about the funeral, but I'm assuming that you all had already gone over the plea since this case was rescheduled from August 17. Not August 17, from July 22nd for failure to hear.
As there are issues on competency, we are not going to be entering a plea at this time. I'm going to be filing motions to determine his competency.
Oh, I see. All right, I'm going to reset this case. And you are in contact with him?
Yes, I'm in
Are you planning
constant
to
contact
submit?
with his mother. He doesn't speak. But his mother,
Are you planning to submit an evaluation order or something?
I am, Judge. I'll take care of that today.
Okay, we are going to reset this for December 2nd. It's going to be a status calendar. And this status calendar is to determine the evaluation status in terms of how would you like to proceed. That should give you if you submit the evaluation request documents today, we should be able to get the ball rolling and getting them evaluated. And then by December 2nd, that should be enough time to get an outcome from that evaluation and see how the defense wants to proceed afterwards.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm indicating here that evaluation request to be submitted today. Thank you, Mr. Korn. Don Travis White, right. Attorney Adam Miller.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Attorney Lindsay Miller. I'm appearing on behalf of Adam this morning, and Mr. Wright is on the call.
All right. And are we ready for a plea today?
So a plea offer was made in this case, Your Honor, but it was declined. So we are asking this morning to be placed on a jury trial calendar, and waiver of arraignment has already been filed.
All right. This case will be rescheduled for the notice for a jury trial before the division judge. And you're saying the waiver has been filed. Was it part of a consolidated motion?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. I would have to check that. I don't believe so.
Well, unless it's, oh, here it was. It was filed on April 22nd, 2020. Okay. All right. Good luck in the trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all we have this morning. May we be excused?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so Ms. Redden, as soon as you get the sovereign plea documents, then I'll be able to address that. All right, I'm still waiting. Ms. McCutcheon, any updates on the Gomez case?
Yes, Judge, I did speak to Ms. Rockwell, who should still be on the Zoom, and it is going to be a plea, it's my understanding, to disorderly conduct. Ms. Rockwell and Ms. Marshall Story, are you still on the Zoom? Ms. Marshall Story, do you have the plea paperwork for Ms. Rockwell and ready to move forward on behalf of the state on a disorderly conduct plea?
I'm typing the plea paperwork right now.
Excellent, thank you.
We're going to amend it, Judge, from a simple battery, family violence to disorderly conduct.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Orca A, final plea calendar. Let's see if I have any luck with this one. Okay. All right. Ivy Bell, Miss Wanda Gant. Ivy Bell, Miss Wanda Gant.
Judge, I'm here on behalf of Miss Gant, who's out today. She was asking me to ask for a reset on this one. I believe they're missing some discovery.
No, there's no discovery missing. Ms. Gant has the video. She has discovery, paper discovery.
So has Miss Bell completed the plea paperwork?
No, we're not doing a plea today, Judge. If I don't think we have all the videos, in which case that's the discovery. So we have the paper discovery, yes. That's not all the discovery.
No. I'm saying I know that Ms. Gant has the video because we talked about the video.
All right. So, Mr. Korn, what instructions has Ms. Gant left?
All right, we're going to set this for a jury trial then, Judge.
All right. And Ms. Ivy Bell's case, let's see, consolidated motions here. And are you all filing a waiver of arraignment?
We'll go ahead and waive arraignment right now, Judge, on the record.
Okay.
We would waive further reading of the charges, ask the case be placed on the jury trial calendar, and issue a case management order.
All right, Miss Ivy Bell, if you could unmute, this is case 20 CR 002-559F. Miss Bell has been accused of driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, possession of an open alcohol container, driving under the influence of drugs, driving under the influence of alcohol less safe, from an October 25th, 2018 incident. This case was previously reset from August 5th, 2022 for a final plea, but it appears that the defendant now seeks to have a jury trial on the issues. Ms. Bell, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Ms. Wanda Gann. Currently, Mr. Korn is standing in Ms. Gann's place. I understand that you'll be entering a not guilty plea to these charges. Upon your entry of such a plea, the case will be scheduled for a jury trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecutor will have the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the prosecution does prevail, you could be convicted of one or more of these charges and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how are you pleading? Ms. Bell, given this information, how are you pleading?
Judge, on behalf of Ms. Bell, we'd enter a plea of not guilty.
The case is further notice for trial. Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Bell, you're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Dakota Charles. Renee Rockwell for Dakota Charles. Renee Rockwell for Dakota Charles. All right, Mr. Charles, you might want to get on the phone and contact your attorney and find out, I know she's there, so just find out, mute your screen and find out what's going on. Mr. Korn for Samuel Clark.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Clark wishes to have a jury trial.
All right.
And he is on the line somewhere. I saw him.
It looks like there was a plea in a Raymond calendar where he waived jury trial. Is he reinstating his request for a jury trial?
I don't recall him waiving any jury trial. No, Judge. I've only been here with him once before, Judge, and that's when I got appointed on the case. And at that time, we just asked that we further notice so that for status so that we could get the
All right,
so we
Mr.
could get
Samuel.
the and all that.
Mr. Samuel Clark, do you waive a reading of the accusation then?
Yes, Your Honor.
I need your video on, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Samuel Clark, this is case 20 CR 002-517F. You've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is the Public Defender's Office, is either Mr. Larry Korn, or is it Mr. Korn or Mr. Ms. Wanda
This will
Gann?
be my case, Judge.
And Mr. Clark has been accused of failure to maintain lane or improper lane change, reckless driving, DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol, less safe, from February 12, 2019. Mr. Clark, upon your entry of the not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial, at which time the state would have the burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted of one or more of these charges and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Your case is further noticed for a jury trial, which I guess is being requested again. Okay. All right. Thank you. Make sure, Mr. Clark, that you maintain a current address so you don't miss out on your next court proceeding. Zachary Harris. Zachary Sherrod Harris. You're free to go, Mr. Clark. Zachary
Thank you, Your
Sherrod
Honor.
Harris.
Your Honor, Mr. Harris has been on the, we don't represent Mr. Harris, but he's been on the chat requesting plea documents. I don't know if anything's been sent his way.
That
Hello.
is Mr. Zachary Harris. All right. Mr. Zachary Harris, your case number is 20 CR 002-781F. You've been
Can you
accused
see me?
of. Can you hear me, Mr. Harris?
I said, can you see me? My camera messing up.
I can see you, but you need to stop moving the camera around.
My bad.
You've been accused of battery causing substantial physical harm, obstruction of a law enforcement officer, and cruelty in the 3rd degree. All right. And this was from a January 9th, 2019 incident. You have the right to remain silent about the facts of the case, and anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, you could apply for the public defender's office, or you could hire your own private attorney, or you can choose to represent yourself. How do you want to proceed?
I was trying to get an attorney.
I can't understand your response.
I said I was trying to apply for attorney.
And when did you apply?
I didn't. I was trying to do it through the check.
Mr. Korn, Miss Helen, has Mr. Harris reached out to the public defender's office? Did you read the chat feature from Robertson PD, Mr. Harris?
No, I was just trying to get. I didn't know exactly how this chat worked. I was just trying to reach out to somebody.
You need to call 404-612-5419.
Let me get a pen.
Folks, if y'all choose to appear via Zoom, I mean, I'm not IT. I'm going to assume that you know how to use Zoom and the chat features.
What's the number again?
404-612-5419. Now, please
5419.
mute and look up the chat feature for the rest of the information. Okay, will someone from PD please reach out to Mr. Harris? Michelle Giles.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning. Paul Roman from Ms. Giles.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Roman. You
good to see you.
represent, yes, sir. You represent Michelle Giles. Is she present?
She's present, Judge. Brief update. I filed motions. I got hired yesterday. I filed motions. I do have a police report. It's my understanding there's some video. But after looking at this police report, you can put it on a jury trial calendar. I just need 10 days to file a motion to suppress.
All right. Have you filed a waiver of arraignment as well? I'm trying to see through all the documents you filed.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Did you file a waiver of arraignment as well?
I'm not sure. I didn't see that.
No, I didn't see one.
We
Okay.
can waive now if that pleases the court.
All right. Do you waive a reading of the accusation?
We do.
All right. And is Ms. Giles present?
She is present, Judge. Turn on your
Yes, she
mic.
is? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. LaShalle Giles, I understand that you'll be pleading not guilty and your attorney will be moving forward with the motions and any other matters that he would like to address. I believe that he's also asking for a trial in your case. So I'm going to arraign the case, which means your entry of a not guilty plea. Your attorney is going to waive a reading of accusation. You are accused of driving under the influence of drugs, less safe, and a violation of the basic rules of the uniform rules of the road. This is from a January 10th, 2019 incident. You've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Paul Roman. Ms. Giles, upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the state would have the burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, your case has been arraigned and further notice for trial. Mr. Roman L, subsequent motions or any motions in limine will have to be addressed with the division judge for this particular case. And that would be Judge, well, it isn't assigned to the division yet, so it'll be further notice. We will issue a case management order by the end of today.
Okay, and how long does the state have to get me those videos?
The state would have the stipulated discovery time once you file the appropriate motions. I don't know if you have. You just filed it? So they should have 14 days.
Okay.
All right. So who's the prosecutor in this case?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Marshall Story, I guess Mr. Roman has filed his demand for discovery. So I guess the clock's ticking now, okay?
Well, once he files his demand, Your Honor, under the e-filing system, he should be able to access discovery.
Okay, that's
not the
true.
video.
Mr. Roman, they don't use, the regular mail anymore. It's all through the e-file system.
You were right, but the video itself is available online?
I'm
I didn't think
assuming
that-
so, unless, Ms. Story, do y'all file the video too?
Your Honor, sometimes it's uploaded to evidence.com. Since he is a new attorney, I'm guessing he does not have the video, but I'll do what I can to try and locate the video and have it sent to him.
All
Thank
right,
you, Ms. Story, and I gave you my phone number if you would call me later after reading this police report.
You put it, now I will not be handling the case,
Oh.
but I'm going to make sure that you have the video.
Who will be handling it?
I don't know.
Okay.
it needs
It'll
to be
be the
sent to the
prosecutor
division
in
judge.
that courtroom.
Yeah.
So there are two prosecutors assigned to that courtroom.
Okay.
Did you put your information in the chat? Is that where I need to look for it?
I put my cell phone, I can put my email address as well.
Okay, if you would kindly do that, and I'll do my
Yes.
best to find that video and get that sent to you.
Thank
And
you.
you'll have that.
Okay.
All right,
Judge, I think that's it for the defense.
All right, Ms. Giles and Mr. Roman, thank you very much. You're free to go.
Thank you, Judge.
Dwayne, thank you. Dwayne Marshall.
Right here, John.
All right, Mr. Marshall, are you represented by counsel?
No, I'm not at the moment. They're out of town. I need to-
Who's out of town?
Maureen, the lawyer I was gonna try to, hire. But I didn't have enough money. Yeah, Maureen, yeah, McLaurin.
I don't see an attorney who filed an entry of appearance.
Yes, I didn't see an attorney of record also, Your Honor.
Mr. Marshall, we don't have an.
She's not on record. I was just advised by the public defender's office, let you know, that I had tried to contact the attorney that she referred to me, Ms. Gant, Wanda Gant, and that, when I.
Was it Maureen McLeod?
Out of time.
Is it Maureen McLeod?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're represented by conflict.
She out of town. I had to hire her.
Your next court date is going to be October 21st. You have you need to put your mask back on over your nose. I have a Town Village Drive. Is that your address?
My address now is 169. Okay, no, it's not. Sorry.
You need to go up to the first floor where the clerk's office is, and you need to fill out a form with your new address, your phone number, your email, and if you have, let them know that you are represented by conflict attorney Maureen McLeod. Do you need to write that down?
I have a name.
All right. First floor of this building, the clerk's office, you need to fill it out in a form, change of address or update address. And do not leave this building until that's done.
Okay.
Your next court date is October 21st at 9 a.m. for a final plea.
Yes, ma'am.
And you need to call Ms. McLeod and let her know that that's what we're doing. Now you're free to go. Tyree McIntyre. Tyree McIntyre. Okay, present. India McPherson.
Judge, that's Ms. Gant's case also. Does the state have an announcement on that?
I sent Ms. Gant the offer. I just hadn't heard back from her.
I think she was hoping for a more definitive answer on that, something along the lines of a null pros, but I have the file, but I don't see a new offer. I don't have the email, I guess.
Let me just double check.
All right, while you are mulling over that, Mr. Rousey, who do you represent? Keith Purdy.
Yes, Your Honor, and
Okay.
we've been unable to work out an acceptable plea agreement and would ask for a jury trial.
All right. Are you planning to file a waiver of arraignment or?
Well, Judge, it looks like
I don't know if it's been, go ahead, sir.
it looks like previously there was a waiver of arraignment, but that was before I got involved. It may have been a waiver of jury trial, but we would reassert the request for a jury trial. I'll file a waiver of arraignment request for jury trial today if that helps for the record.
It does, thank you.
Okay.
And this case will be further notice to the division judge, and we will issue a case management order today. So please file the waiver of arraignment.
I will, Your Honor.
To be further notice to the division judge. So we're going to mark this as a waiver of arraignment, further notice to, and a case management order to issue. Okay?
Thank you, Judge. May we be excused.
Yes, Mr. Rousey, thank you for your patience.
All right. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
You too. Thank you. Anitria Watkins.
Yes, Judge, that case is on for plea.
All right. And just a second, Ms. Watkins. And who is representing her?
She's a pro se defendant, Your
All
Honor.
right. And have the documents been filled out and everything?
Yes, Judge, I submitted them to Ms. Redden.
Okay, great. Ms. Watkins, if you'd like to come over to the podium, we'll take a plea very shortly. Kimberly Wethington. Kimberly Wethington.
Judge, that's my case. She's here. She's online, right? Under Kimberly W. At this time, Judge, we're gonna enter a plea of not guilty, waive further reading of the charges, and ask the case be set for, ask for a case management order for jury trial.
All right. Ms. Kimberly Wethington, in case 20 CR 002-587F. You have been charged with battery causing substantial physical harm, battery, cruelty in the third degree, and simple battery from a March 13th, 2020 incident. With regards to these charges, you've been advised of the right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Larry Korn.
Yes, Your Honor.
I understand that your attorney has indicated that they're waiving a reading of the accusations. So just to let you know, upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for a jury trial, at which time the state would have the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails, you could be convicted of one or more of these charges and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right. Your case has been arraigned. It's going to be further notice for trial, and a case management order will be issued today. Any other questions, Mr. Korn?
Not at all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. McCutcheon, I will be taking your case up very shortly. I'm just going to handle Ms. Seals, and then you'll be on deck. Okay, thank you. Is there any other private attorneys whose names I did not call?
Okay.
All right. This is State of Georgia versus.
Judge, oh, sorry, real quick, Judge, because I'm going to be with you because we are going to enter a plea. I'm going to send the plea paperwork back to you. I do need an interpreter on Mr. Nettie Gomez, but Regarding Mr. Dakota Charles, could I just jump in and make a real brief announcement, Judge, on him?
Okay,
I do have now all the discovery. The prosecutor's been great about that. Not sure where I need to send him from here. And just listening to Your Honor this morning, does Your Honor ever entertain motions on these Orca calendars?
yes, we do. We scheduled them for motions calendar. The next one is October 28th at 11:30 a.m.
Would the court allow me 10 days now that I have all the discovery to particularize my motions?
That'll be
And we put
fine.
calendar? Thank
Yeah.
you, Judge. You be excused.
Make sure that this particular case, you submit the motions also directly to the Solicitor General's office. So hopefully whoever is the prosecutor will be prepared to respond to the motions on
Okay.
October 28th, 2022 at 11:30 a.m. And this is reset for a motions calendar.
Let me just ask you one thing, Judge, on that, because I know I've already have a lead filed for that particular day. May I get with the clerk and all that just to get a different motions day on that besides the 28th of October?
Wow. We have October 21st, which is normally our final 3 calendar,
All right. What time would that be, Judge?
9 a.m.
Thank you. May he be excused, and if y'all could just tell me how we're going to do this with this interpreter on Mr. Gomez, Judge. We have reached a settlement on that one.
I've got 2 pleas ahead of you, and then I will take the interpreters on Zoom. You'll be on Zoom, and Mr. Gomez will be at the podium.
Okay, very good, Judge. Thank you. I'll stand. Mr. Charles, you are excused.
All right, thank you. Okay, State of Georgia versus Anitra Nicole Watkins. Ms. Watkins' accusation number is 20 CR 002-585F. Ms. Watkins, my goodness, got a lot of people here, has been accused of DUI, less safe, distracted driving, and failure to drive vehicle on the right side of the roadway. Ms. Watkins is present, and I thought she was represented by, is that Ms. Watkins?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm clicking the wrong case. Okay, sorry about that. I'm trying to deal with the case, Ms. Teresa Seals. Is your client sovereign?
Yes,
Okay,
it is.
Sorry about that. Okay. Ms. Seals, your client is Kareem Sovereign, accusation number 20 CR 002-962F. Ms. Sovereign has been accused of simple battery, domestic violence, and disorderly conduct. And I believe that she'll be pleading guilty to these charges. Ms. Sovereign, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Ms. Teresa Seals. We are going to hear from the prosecutor, then I'm going to hear from your attorney. For purposes of this plea, first of all, are you operating a moving motor vehicle?
No.
Okay, please raise your right hand and unmute your panel. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. Miss Marshall Story, what's the plea offer for Miss Sovereign?
Your Honor, I'm handling.
Oh, Ms. Gippier, I'm sorry.
Gippier to get the air. Did you want the factual basis as well, Your Honor?
No, this is a negotiated plea, understand? So we can proceed straight to the terms.
Yes, Your Honor. The offer is 12 months probation, 6 anger management classes, and no contact with the victim, Charity, Gaffney, and no early termination of probation.
Your Honor, if I may interject as well, part of that negotiation is she's entering the plea to disorderly conduct only. They're going to null process simple battery, and it's to be under first offender.
Is that your understanding, Ms. Githier?
That is, I do apologize. It is just for disorderly conduct.
So the simple battery is going to be null processed.
Yes, I will get that paperwork over to you.
And it's under offender.
And it's under first, okay, here it is, under first offender. Okay. All right. And Ms. Seals, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID for the sole remaining charge of disorderly conduct?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
Does your client accept the terms as indicated by Ms. Githia?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sovereign, if you please unmute. All right, Ms. Sovereign, you've already heard what's transpired. Have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes.
Have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No.
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes.
In taking this plea, has anyone forced you, induced you to enter into such a plea?
No.
And has your attorney explained to you that by taking this plea that you would be giving up your constitutional right to go back to court and have a trial before a judge or a jury, to be able to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, challenge the state's evidence, and or present your own defenses, as well as have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
And are you freely, willingly, and knowingly waiving these rights?
Yes.
How do you plead to one count of disorderly conduct?
Guilty.
And this would be under the first offender treatment, which means that if you satisfy all the terms of your sentence, that this matter won't be held against you in any subsequent proceedings. With regards to disorderly conduct, your sentence is 12 months probation, in which you would have to complete 6 anger management classes and at all times have no contact with Charity Gaffney. If you complete the 6 anger management classes accordingly, then your probation will terminate. You will report.
Your Honor, I do apologize. We did state no early termination of probation.
Oh, I'm sorry, no early termination. So she'll be reporting for all of 12 months. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you will be reporting for probation at all 12 months. And during all those 12 months, you have to have no contact with Charity Gaffney, which means you have to stay 200 yards away from her and not communicate with her in any way, form, or manner. You have to report to probation next Thursday before 5 p.m. at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta to open and start proceeding with opening up your probation case. All right, any questions, Ms. Seals?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Sovereign, we had, I guess, speaking with Ms. Riley for her to report it probably, I guess, via mail or a phone. She was in Florida. So is that still, was she just work that out with probation? I just want to make sure. Right,
First time I'm hearing that.
Okay.
So
we'll proceed with probation, Your Honor, and just.
If her first time reporting next Thursday is going to have to be in person. And then after that, if she shows proof that she's a resident of Florida with the proper government issued ID, any kind of utility bill, rental agreement, mortgage agreement, lease agreement that she's residing in Florida, then I will permit telephonic reporting through probation.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Just 1 second. I'll write down the plea order. Okay. Okay. Thank you. You're free to go. Don't forget your appointment next Thursday. Thank you, Lucille.
Thank you.
All right, State of Georgia versus Anitra Nicole Watkins, accusation number 20 CR 0025885F. And Ms. Watkins, you have been advised of your right to remain silent and you are representing yourself?
Yes.
All right. You do understand that you do have a right to an attorney, and if you choose to represent yourself, you are responsible for how the law applies to the facts of your case. And whatever legal decision you make, you are responsible for how it impacts your personal situation, any other possible open cases, as well as any other professional licenses or any other matters affecting you.
Okay.
All right. Do you still want to proceed representing yourself?
Yes, proceed.
All right.
Your Honor, I do want to protect the record. If I might swear in with the defendant, would you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm the testimony or evidence you're about to give to the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And you are Anitra Nicole Watkins.
Yes.
Judge, I informed Ms. Watkins, because she is pro se, I cannot, as a prosecuting attorney, advise her. However, I did provide her with documents, one of which would be a license suspension notice that the state would serve upon her and submit, have the court submit to DDS. The second was a document to present to the court for a limited driving permit as a first-time DUI offender. And lastly, the third form was the surrender license, whether she has license today or she's already surrendered it, that she would surrender that license to the court. Ms. Watkins indicated to me she does not want to complete and sign those forms and that she wants to address that with the court. But I did tell her that by operation of law, the plea of guilty today to driving under the influence of alcohol or less days, her license would be suspended by the Department of Driver Services.
Did you understand that, Ms. Watkins?
Yes.
And your response?
I remember the last time, because I'm here because I had to re-sign documents. But when I met with you last time, you said that I would have limited rights to my driver's license.
Yep, those are the consequences.
Okay.
Of the plea. Those are legal consequences.
Okay.
And I cannot advise you of that. You are, since you're choosing to represent yourself, you are presumed to be aware of these legal consequences. That's why I said, if you choose to represent yourself, you are responsible for any legal decision,
yes,
how it may apply to your personal situation.
Okay.
And Ms. McCutcheon is absolutely correct. Pleading guilty or no contest to a DUI will automatically trigger a license suspension by the Department of Driver Services.
Okay, with limited driving. Okay, so why would you tell me that last time?
Because the prosecutor. No, why would I tell you that the last time?
Yeah, I just want to understand, what does that mean?
Did I tell you anything about limited driving privileges?
Yes, ma'am, you did.
Oh, okay. Well, as Ms. McCutcheon has outlined, if you do enter a plea, your license is suspended.
Okay.
But she is willing to offer you what they call a limited driving privilege.
Okay.
For first DUI offense.
Okay.
And that means you can drive from home
okay.
to work,
okay,
to school, for basic groceries.
Okay.
And I'm trying to think of anything absolutely necessary.
Medical, Judge.
Medical.
Okay, cool.
I think church also qualifies.
Okay.
But if you are driving out at night to have a good time with your friends and you are pulled over, your license, your limited driving privileges will be revoked.
Okay.
That's what she's talking about.
Okay.
So if that's how you want to proceed, you would need to sign those forms before you can proceed with your plea.
Great.
All right.
Okay.
So she's going to show you the forms. You need to sign off on them before I can start your plea.
Okay.
And I have completed your license number. According to our records, the license number that we have when you bring your driving history and your name and date of birth, you'll just need to sign where applicable.
All right. So what you're going to do is step aside from the podium and review those documents and make sure you read them before you sign them. Mr. Gomez, go forward at the podium. Do we have the documents for Mr. Gomez? Ms. Rockwell, have you submitted the plea documents for Mr. Gomez?
Judge, I need an interpreter to visit with him on these. He is going to.
Okay,
So
okay.
for the speed of it all, if he's
Okay.
in person and there's an interpreter.
All right, we have to do this.
Okay.
We have to do this. Does he have your phone number?
I will give it to him again.
Or do you have his number?
I do not.
Okay. Senor, what's your phone number in English?
You want me to ask him the phone number in
Yes,
Spanish?
please.
Okay,
Yes, please.
señor Neri, ¿cuál es su número de teléfono, por favor?
520
Ok,
216
ok,
1423.
ok, les repito, 520-216-1423, ¿eso es correcto?
Sí.
Okay, Your Honor, it's a 520-216-1423.
Okay. And Madam Interpreter, Ms. Lee, can you put your phone number in the chat to Renee Rockwell?
Sure, Your Honor.
Ms. Rockwell, you're going to receive the interpreter's phone number. And would you have the ability to merge the three individuals on one call, and the conversation is going to be handled outside the courtroom?
I think so, Judge. Unless, now, just for, is there a rights sheet that's in Spanish?
No.
Okay.
You can go over the information with him through our Madam Interpreter, and if he agrees to the terms, you can sign up on it on his.
Okay.
Right.
Let me grab her number, and I sent her my number also, so
All right.
we'll do that.
All right, and Ms. Lane, please tell Mr. Gomez he needs to step outside the courtroom, and his attorney will call him to set up a phone conversation between the both of you and him.
Ok, señor Neri, tiene que salirse afuera de la sala porque su abogada lo va a llamar por teléfono, esté pendiente, porque vamos a hacer una llamada de conferencia por teléfono, usted, su abogada y yo, para poderle leer los documentos que tiene que firmar. Así que, por favor, ahora salga afuera de la sala y espera la llamada de su abogada. ¿Entendió?
Sí.
Ok.
All right.
Puede salir.
All right, we're going to resume with Anitra Watkins. Ms. Watkins, you've already filled out the paperwork?
Yeah.
All right. You can sit right there. Y'all can remain seated and we can take care of this. Okay. Okay. Can you tell me which calendar was she on?
She's on the final plea calendar, the Orca B, I believe, Your Honor.
Orca A?
Was it Orca A? Okay. Oh, Orca A, okay.
Okay, position 10. All right. So Ms. Watkins, you've already been given the preamble in your case. We are first going to hear from Ms. McCutcheon, then from you. So if you please raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. Okay, when you respond, you stand up, but you can remain seated, right? Okay, Ms. McCutcheon?
Yes, Your Honor. Had this case gone to trial, the state would expect the evidence to show that on or about December the 28th of 2018, at about 11:02 at PM up until midnight, right after midnight on December 29th of 2018, at the intersection of Bolton Road and Collins Road in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County, an Atlanta police officer observed a vehicle with a occupant in the driver's seat, later identified as this defendant, Anitra Nicole Watkins, appearing to be asleep in the vehicle with a cell phone at her thigh. The officer tried to wake the driver. The driver did not awaken. The officer did call for Georgia State Patrol trooper to respond to assist in the DUI investigation. The officer suspected the defendant might be under the influence of alcohol based on the odor of alcohol that was emanating from the vehicle. The defendant was awakened, and when she awakened, she put her car into drive. The engine was running while she was asleep in the car. She put her vehicle in drive and ran into the back of the officer's patrol vehicle. The officer had put her patrol vehicle in front of the defendant's vehicle so as to avoid the defendant driving off, and the defendant drove into the back of the patrol vehicle. When the trooper arrived at the location, the trooper conducted a DUI investigation, had the defendant voluntarily submit to field sobriety evaluations, the horizontal gaze and stagnates, walk and turn, and the one leg stand. Based on her performance of those field sobriety evaluations, the trooper determined that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol and therefore a less safe driver. Read the implied consent. She refused to submit to the state administered test. She did admit that she had had 2 glasses of wine to drink earlier on that date. She was then taken to arrested and advised that she was under arrest for driving under the influence, and actually taken to Grady Memorial Hospital based on having been involved in the collision when she ran to the back of the patrol vehicle. On the plea of driving under the influence of alcohol less safe, as Your Honor sees it, the duplicative charge, the state somehow charged the same offense twice. But on a plea of guilty to DUI and less safe, the state is recommending 12 months to serve 24 hours, credit for time served, balance on probation, 40 hours of community service, a $300 fine, that the defendant complete the risk reduction driving program, that she also undergo an alcohol and drug evaluation and whatever treatment is determined appropriate, and that she participate in 1 victim impact panel. On a plea of guilty to the distracted driving offense, the state is recommending 12 months probation concurrent, that the defendant pay a fine in the amount of $200 or alternatively complete 20 hours of community service. And as to driving on the wrong side of the roadway, the state is recommending 12 months probation, again to run concurrent with the sentences imposed for the DUI and distracted driving. And on a plea of guilty to these 3 offenses, Your Honor, the state will move the court to null cross the duplicate driving under the influence less safe, the headlight violation, and the reckless driving offenses. And I submitted the null cross order for those 3 offenses to the court, along with the plea paperwork that the defendant has signed, indicating that she is waiving the right to a jury trial, that she is proceeding pro se, and entering this plea freely and voluntarily. And is that your signature on all of the documents that you submitted?
Yes.
I submit to the court after I provided them to you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
And the state's records would show that this was the first time DUI arrest.
All right. And upon the completion of this plea hearing, the state is willing to submit a form for first offender limited driving permit.
Yes, Judge. Yes. The state's records show that the defendant was recently issued a driver's license in May of this year, I believe, April or May of this year, Your Honor. But she does have that license to surrender to the court. And it's my understanding she has completed the documents that the state provided to her. If I can see those, Ms. Watkins. She's submitting her driver's license, Your Honor. She has signed the paperwork for the DUI conviction permit, first DUI alcohol permit. She has signed that she is understanding that her license is being suspended. I've also signed as a serving agent, and she has also completed the lost license or the lost first license surrender affidavit.
Okay.
Thank you. And there is the license.
Now we have to go with the file with the paperwork to DDS. Okay. All right. Ms. Watkins, in order for me to, you've heard the terms that Ms. McCutcheon has outlined. You are going to be required to pay a $300 fine. One of the other charges on the distracted driving, you have the option of a $200 fine or 20 hours community service. Which one would you like to select?
I'll do the community service.
Okay.
And Your Honor, respectfully, before Your Honor continues, I just realized the state failed to advise the court that the defendant's vehicle was found in the defendant in the vehicle and you're running on the wrong side of the roadway. When the encountered her.
Okay, got that. Thank you. And you also understand that you'll be reporting to probation every month. You'll be required to pay probation fees in addition to completing these conditions. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Lastly, before I ask you a series of questions, whether you are entering a plea that's freely, knowingly, intelligently made, is in order for me to proceed with this plea hearing, do you accept the terms as outlined by Ms. McCutcheon?
Yes.
And do you agree with the factual basis that was outlined by Ms. McCutcheon supporting the charges brought against you?
Yes,
And you agree that this incident occurred in Fulton County and that the identity of the perpetrator, that is you, that is correct?
yes,
Okay. Ms. Watkins, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
no,
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
yes,
And is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take a plea today?
no,
And do you understand that by taking this plea that you agree to be on probation and complete all these conditions in a
Yes.
satisfactory manner?
yes,
All right. If you decide to take this plea, you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court and have a trial in front of a judge or jury in order to challenge these charges brought against you. You would have to give up the right to have the assistance of counsel, to be able to go into court, confront your accusers, challenge the witnesses who will be testifying, examine witnesses, to present any defenses you may have, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. These are all a plethora of constitutional rights that you would have to give up if you want to take this plea today. Are you willing to do so?
yes,
And you are representing yourself and you've gone over some of this information. You do understand that by entering such a plea that it will have an impact upon your driver's license. It will have an impact on your ability to drive freely. It will have an impact upon any other open cases you may have. And it may have an impact upon your ability to obtain professional licenses and so forth. Do you understand all that?
yes,
Are you still willing to proceed with the plea?
yes,
And how do you plead? To one count of driving under the influence less safe, one count of distracted driving, and one count of failure to drive the vehicle on the correct side of the road.
guilty,
Right? On the DUI less safe, your sentence will be 12 months to serve 24 hours. You're going to be given credit for the 1 day, so you have no jail time. For the remainder of the 12 months, you will report to the probation office next Thursday at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta to begin your probation. If you'd like to write that down.
okay,
All right. And make sure you get there long before 5 p.m. because it will take a couple of hours to process. They open at 9, okay? And when you report to probation, they will note that you are required to pay a $300 fine for the DUI, complete 40 hours of voluntary community service. This may be done at any nonprofit agency except a school and a religious organization. So you can complete community service anywhere but schools and churches, okay?
okay,
You need to complete a risk reduction driving program. You need to submit to an alcohol and drug evaluation. And if the evaluator recommends some kind of treatment, you must submit yourself to that treatment. You will also be required to complete one victim impact panel. Your probation officer will outline the programs that qualify for these conditions, okay?
okay,
For the distracted driving, you'll be placed on 12 months probation to complete an additional 20 hours of voluntary community service. That means your total requirement is 60 hours of community service.
okay,
For failure to drive the vehicle on the right side of the roadway, it will be 12 months probation. All these sentences run concurrent. That means they run at the same time. The charge of the additional charge of the DUI less safe and the equipment violation charge and the reckless driving, the state will not pursue a prosecution for these 3 charges. All right.
okay.
Now you'll be reporting to probation next Thursday. Is there anything else you inquiring about?
No, I'm all set. I'm good.
All right. If you'd like to remain, you can get a copy of these documents, especially the first offender treatment, so that you can make sure You can check with Department of Driver Services to find out when your license is suspended and when does the limited driving privileges begin.
Okay.
All right, and at least you have a copy with you as well.
Okay.
Washington, if you want to have a seat, then I'll, when the clerk provides the document, the deputy can hand it to you. I'm sorry, the marshal. The deputy.
These are the plea documents and the waiver of counsel.
We upload everything. Thank you, Ms. Redding.
All right, here we go. And we may have to make a copy for this one with the seal. All right.
If I may, Your Honor, just really quickly, I received an email from Ms. Smith stating that she's been, I guess she has to leave court in order to print the forms. And I just wanted to get clarification. I don't know if she needs to log off in order to print the documents, or if she needs to leave her home, if she can just let the court know what it is she needs to do in order to download the documents.
All right, Mr. Onicio Smith, do you have the ability to print at home?
No, I've been trying to leave so I can go print the document out and send it right back.
All right. How long did that take you?
No more than about 25 minutes, probably.
Okay, please go ahead and make sure that you come back with the signed documents and email them to Miss Githia. You might, wherever you go get them printed, you might want to also see if they have an email or fax service to Miss Githia.
Okay, could I get a fax number?
Miss Githia, do you have a fax number or?
Because I could just fill it out and fax it right back.
You can just email it back to me at the email address. I don't have a fax number.
Just tell them to email it then, because that's all we have.
Okay.
All right. Attorney Kyle Jarsmick, sir, who are you here for?
You're muted.
Mr. Kyle Jarsmick, good morning.
Good morning. I'm in another courthouse and the the internet connection is a little bit shaky, but I'm here for Mr. Brian Clark.
Okay, and Mr. Okay, this was for a final plea calendar. Are we ready to proceed with the plea?
No, Your Honor, we are requesting a jury trial.
Okay, and has your client, have you filed a waiver of arraignment in this case?
I'm not happy to do that. I believe before he was represented by.
I don't see a waiver arraignment and the case has not been arraigned. So if I can go ahead and arraign the case today and you can waive a reading of the accusation if you choose to do so. And I'll issue a case management order and the case will be forwarded to the division judge. Is that what you like to do?
Yes, Your Honor, we will waive formal arraignment.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you're waiving a reading of the accusation because I'm going to arraign him right now.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Brian Clark, your attorney, Mr. Kyle Jorsmick, is on the screen. This is case 20 CR 003262F. Mr. Clark, you've been accused of driving under the influence of alcohol less safe on December 2nd, 2018. It is a misdemeanor offense, and upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for a trial. At the time of the trial, the state would have the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt and to overcome your legal presumption of innocence. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, sir. Your case has been arraigned and it's going to be further notice for trial with the division judge. A case management order will issue. And I guess, Mr. Clark, if you change your address, make sure that you let the court know, because if you fail to appear in court, the division judge will issue a bench warrant for your arrest.
Understood.
All right, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh,
Thank you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Jarsnick, our litigation manager, Ms. Monica Redden, has also needs your contact information. I don't know why we don't have it, but if you could respond to a request in the chat.
I will do that now, Your Honor. I've
All
been
right.
on these counters before, but I will send that to her right now.
No, I do. I just want to make sure you get notices as well. Thank you. All right. After this,
Thank
you're
you.
free to go. Okay, Mr. Clark, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Honor.
All right, Ms. Sarita Guthier, are we ready on any of the pleas?
Mr. Meraday said that he was sending the plea paperwork. Have you sent it over, Mr. Meraday?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you send it to? I don't.
I was about to say I actually had to go all the way to another printer and then print it out and then take a picture of it and then send it back.
Who did you send it to? Was it?
I
me?
had to send it to my
Reddit?
cousin Carl's printer. Carl Jerome Harris, my cousin.
Mr. Meraday, who did you email the documents? To whom
My
did you
cousin
email?
Carl Jerome Harris.
All right, well, it looks like it's getting to you, Ms. Guthier, through the roundabout way. All right. You took a screenshot. Are you unable to forward the screenshot to Ms. Guthier through email?
I went on ahead and forwarded it, but I believe I can. Because unfortunately I don't have the electronic documentation on my phone. So the only thing that I could really do is take a picture and then try to email it back.
All right. So where is it now?
I just emailed it to Miss Githia, ma'am.
All right. All right, while we're waiting on Mr. Mereday's matter.
Yeah, we have
Miss-
a couple of announcements.
Yeah, good. Mr. Korn, let's start with you.
On Ms. McPherson, Judge, we do have an agreement. However, it requires her to pay $100 before we can deal with the case.
I'm sorry,
for
Mr. Korn, please stop. Your voice is becoming very muffled because India McPherson, okay, good. Now, you're dealing with India McPherson, correct?
Right.
Okay, and she is on the Orca B or Orca A final.
The
plea?
Orca A final plea number, case number, position 8.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and what is the announcement?
We have an agreement, Judge. However, we need to, set this case off one more time to get everything together, and I believe at the end, this case will be, dismissed.
So are we setting it for a final plea calendar?
Whatever's convenient for the court.
All right.
That's fine.
Ms. Githia, is that your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you scheduling it for a plea or for a dismissal?
I guess it'd be more like just in compliance. If she takes care of the restitution, the case would be null pros.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I am going to schedule it for the earliest date, which is going to be October 21st. All right, this is going to be for a plea or a dismissal.
Thank you, Judge. And we should have this resolved long before then.
Promises, promises, Mr. Korn.
I never say it if I don't mean it.
All right, I'll keep you to that, all right? 9 a.m., October 21st. Thank you.
Actually, on October 21st, I'm going to be in Jamaica, so you can keep me to that, but you're not going to catch me.
Well, is somebody else going to be here for you?
Absolutely.
Okay, sounds good. And so, Ms. McPherson, it appears that you have some homework to do before we address your case again on October 21st at 9 a.m. And you'll have another attorney representing you at that time on Mr. Korn's behalf. And if the case is resolved, then if whatever you need to do, if that's resolved, then the state will dismiss the case. Otherwise, I will be entertaining a plea at that time.
Okay, so I was planning on paying the money this week. So I was wondering, so once I pay it, it will automatically be dismissed. I won't have to come to court on the 20 October, right?
If your attorney gets proof that payment has been made and that information is relayed to the prosecutor, Ms. Sarita Githia, and Ms. Githia dismisses the case, then you do not need to appear on October 21st. So 3 things have to happen: proof and communication to your attorney, and then communication from the attorney to the prosecutor.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. McPherson. And she can be excused, correct?
Yes, Ms. McPherson, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the other announcement, Mr. Korn?
Yes, actually, Assistant Public Defender Javier Trejo has an announcement regarding.
Oh, okay. Mr.
somebody
Trejo,
he
yes,
inter-
sir.
Yes, Your Honor. I've just spoken to Mr. Zachary Harris. He does not qualify for the public defender's services at this time. So he will need some more time to find private counsel. However, if he is able, he did indicate that he would like to pre-try with the appropriate solicitor today, if there will be time at the end of the calendar to do so.
All right. Mr. Harris?
Unmute yourself, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, you have to unmute your Zoom.
Yes.
All right. Number 1, Mr. Harris, wherever you are located, do you have access to a printer and the ability to email documents back to the prosecutor?
Yes.
Okay. You do not qualify for the services of the public defender's office. So you can either choose to hire your own attorney and your case will be reset for a final plea, but I will arraign your case today. In other words, I will take a not guilty plea today and have the case further reset for another day. In the alternative, you are free to speak to the prosecutor, and that's most likely Ms. Marshall Story. All right?
Okay.
Is it Ms. Githia or Ms. Marshall Story?
Your Honor, which calendar is this?
Yes, this is Orca
Orca
A
A.
final plea at position 4.
Orca A final plea, position 4. I believe that is my case, yes.
Okay. And I can place you, Mr. Harris, and Miss Marshall Story in what we call a breakout room. You will see a message on the screen saying join a breakout room, and you and she can confer as to what is the plea offer they're going to provide you.
Okay.
All right. So what would you like to do?
I talked to her.
All right. Miss Smith, if you could place Prosecutor Erica Marshall Story and Zachary Harris in a breakout room, please.
Okay, I'm headed in. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Trejo, any other announcements?
No, Your Honor, that's the only one.
Okay. I have Miss Kimberly. Is she waiting on?
Judge, we've already dealt with her case. That's my client. I don't know why she's still on. Can you hear me, Kimberly?
No one said I was allowed to get off.
I'm so sorry. I thought yeah, you're free to go, Miss Kimberly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Mark Jackson is back, and this.
Yes, Your Honor.
is-
I think we got everything taken care of.
Okay. And this is the Orca B final plea calendar. Is that Miss Githier?
No, that's Miss Story.
Or is
Marshall
that Miss
Story.
Story? Okay, she just left to do a breakout on a plea. So, but do you have all the paperwork ready for your client, Michael Cobbs? I mean, are we doing a plea or are we doing something different?
Doing a plea, Your Honor. It's already been sent to Miss Marshall Story.
Okay. Can you also email the documents to our litigation manager, who is Monica.Redden, REDDEN, at fultoncountyga.gov.
I'll do that now.
All right, thank you. We are going to address the plea for State of Georgia versus Brandon Meriday. Ms. Sarita
Yes, Your Honor.
Githia, you are the prosecutor for that matter, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Meriday, your case is so much paperwork here. Oh, here we go. Okay. This is State versus Brendan. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is State versus Brendan Meriday, case number 20 CR 004486Y. Mr. Meriday has been accused of simple battery from a June 17th, 2019 incident allegedly in Fulton County, Georgia. Mr. Meriday, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and you're choosing to represent yourself, understanding that any legal decision that you make, you'll be responsible how it applies to the facts of your case, your personal situation, any other possible open cases, or any other matters such as your professional licenses, if applicable. Mr. Meriday, this is going to be a negotiated plea. Is that correct, Ms. Githier?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Meriday, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? I'm sorry, there's a lot of wind or.
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor. Let me go someplace more quiet.
Okay, that's good.
There you go. And I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sarita Gethia, what is the plea offer for Mr. Meriday?
The offer is 12 months probation, 40 hours of community service, and 4 anger management classes.
Right. Is the state willing to place him on non-reporting basis once he completes the classes?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Meriday, the state is recommending that you be placed on probation, which means you report to the probation office next Thursday to open a probation case. While you're on probation, you'll be required to complete 40 hours of community service and 4 anger management classes with a qualified program. If you complete all your conditions, then your probation thereafter will be non-reporting. Is that something you have agreed to?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right. Now, since this is a negotiated plea, the state is not required to articulate the factual basis for their recommended offer. However, you would have to agree to the factual basis, the location in Fulton County, and the identity of the perpetrator, that is you, as it is accused in this case.
Hey,
Do you
so-
agree to those
I
factors?
was trying to get
I do,
this
Your Honor.
thing handled.
Oh, Mr. Jackson, okay, sorry. I'm sorry for that. Do you agree to those terms, Mr. Meride, the factual basis, venue, and ID?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
Actually only Zyrtec, but that is all. That's the
All
only
right.
medication.
All right. With that, have you been able to understand the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am, I have, Your Honor.
All right. And is anyone forcing you, inducing you to take this plea today?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
And are you entering into this plea freely, knowingly, and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am, I am, Your Honor.
All right. And I'm sure you've reviewed very carefully the documents that were sent to you. So you do
Yes, ma'am.
understand that if you decide to enter into a guilty plea to this particular charge, that you would be giving up your constitutional rights to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to have the assistance of counsel, to challenge the state's evidence, to present your own defenses, to be able to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
I am, Your Honor.
How do you plead to the 1 count of simple battery?
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, your sentence is 12 months probation. You report to probation next Thursday at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. And you must do so anytime after 9 a.m., but try to be there before 2 p.m. so you have ample time to set up your case. While on probation, you will complete 40 hours of voluntary community service at any nonprofit agency, but the agency cannot be a school and cannot be a religious organization. Do you understand, sir?
I do, Your Honor.
Once you completed the community service, there must be a supervisor or a manager to present a letter with the letterhead stating that you've completed at least 40 hours of voluntary community service. And the anger management classes can be done at any program that's approved by your probation officer. Once you have completed the conditions, your probation will then be non-reporting. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Good luck, and good luck with satisfying those conditions. You're free to go.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Jackson, I'll be with you as soon as Ms. Mr. Marshall Story comes back to the.
That's fine, Your Honor. We're fine.
I have someone on iPhone. I do not know who that is. If you'd like to
Daryl
identify
Davenport.
yourself.
Daryl Davenport. Daryl
Attorney,
Davenport.
Mr. Davenport?
The court gave me a public defender.
Who is it?
Mr. Jackson, I think. Think that was his name.
Mr. Mark Jackson is a private attorney.
Well, I haven't talked to him.
When was the attorney appointed?
Month before last.
Did you speak to the public defender's office and see if you qualified for their services?
Yes, ma'am. I was in court at the time. I was present.
Okay. Mr. Davenport is position 3 on the Orca B final plea calendar. All right. He did not appear at the initial calendar call, or he did not respond when his name was called.
Ma'am, I didn't know how to use it. It was on mute.
I'm not IT.
Well, first time I've ever used Zoom.
If you don't know how to use Zoom, then you need to come down to the courthouse next time. And
Okay,
don't use
well,
Zoom. All right, Mr. Darrell Davenport, I don't see any indication that you've been qualified by the Public Defender's Office.
yes, ma'am, I qualified, ma'am.
All right.
Mr. Davenport, is your first name Daryl or Marion?
Daryl,
Do you have a middle name, Marion?
Daryl Davenport.
What's your middle name?
I don't have one.
And he was not interviewed.
I was interviewed.
By whom?
Okay, the guy that you had in the car, he was driving, that was my attorney. He was in traffic at the time.
What's the name?
I don't know his name, ma'am. I only spoke to him once. I was in court. He was on Zoom.
Is it
when I
Dennis
spoke with him.
Murphy?
Is that his name? I have no idea what's his name. We only spoke briefly
Did you get a
while
phone
I was
number?
in court. I don't have his number.
Doesn't sound right.
He was a public defender. About
All
an
right,
hour ago.
Mr. Davenport, you're gonna have to reapply because you're not giving
Ma'am.
stop.
Ma'am, a while ago, look, an hour ago, I saw him on this very same Zoom thing. He was driving. He was in traffic. That was my attorney.
What's the name? The name is
don't
on the
know.
screen. I'm assuming you reached out to him or something to the effect. Mr. Davenport, this is not a school. You're not a student. This is courtroom. You're a defendant charged with criminal offenses, and you need to help yourself to make sure that you are properly represented. So if you don't have an attorney name, you don't have an attorney phone number, you don't have any way of me to identify who is your attorney, I can't help you other than to tell you that you need to reapply. If you qualified for the Public Defender's Office, you need to simply reapply. So Larry Korn, who is with the Public Defender's Office, is there. And I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Korn. You're going to see a message on your screen that says join breakout room. And if you don't want to reapply, then you are free to hire your own attorney, or you can represent yourself. So now, are you willing to go into the breakout room?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smith, if you could place Mr. Larry Korn and Darrell Davenport in a breakout room. Ms. Marshall Story?
Yes.
Any announcement on Mr. Harris?
Yes, Mr. Harris has agreed to take the plea. I'm going to begin drafting that plea paperwork. He will have to take it to the library to print it and bring it back. So does the court want to try to do that today?
Yes, because we got a couple more cases to get through.
Okay.
All right. Meanwhile, Michael, Mr. Mark Jackson. Mr. Harris, you need to wait until Ms. Marshall Story sends the documents to you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. And
mute your screen. Mute Mr. Zachary Harris. Thank you. All right, Ms. Marshall Story, we're going to go to Mr. Mark Jackson's case. His client is Michael Cobbs.
Yes.
It's Orca B, final plea, position 2.
Okay.
All right, and Mr. Jackson has submitted the final plea documents.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I have one page missing, which is the waiver of rights.
Did you print, I sent you 2 emails. One had 1 page and one had 3 attachments. Did you print all 3?
I believe I did.
I have the page 1, which is, I've got your signature and defendant's attorney's signature. Then I have page 2, which is the second page of the waiver of rights. And the third page, so we don't have the
The
page.
third
where-
page, I had 3 of 3 that was blank. There's an attorney, there's an attorney for signature, and then there's the defendant's signature as well.
Did you get
I
a
see it.
long?
I'm sorry. I see.
Oh,
what
you found it? Okay.
Yeah. All right. Now I'll get that. All right.
All right.
Thank you. All
You
right.
can send that directly to the court if you like.
All right. I'll do that right now.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else whose name I did not call? I have someone 19103. I have no idea who that is. Ms. Lean, are we ready to proceed with Mr. Gomez's case?
Your Honor, we were talking to the attorney and Mr. Neri, and she's trying to get in touch with the prosecutor because I think she wanted to see about some issues that could be, I don't know, a problem for Mr. Neri to comply, but that's all I know. I do want to inform Your Honor that I am available until 12, maybe 12:15 at the latest.
Ms. Marshall, thank you. Ms. Marshall Story, has Ms. Rockwell been in touch with you to?
Well, she hasn't been in touch with me since we talked about changing the plea. She hasn't been in touch with me since then. I reduced it to a disorderly conduct. I don't know how much further we're willing to go. Is Ms. Rockwell in the courtroom?
I don't see her on the Zoom.
No,
Ms.
well-
Reverend, Ms. Rockwell's number is on the chat. Please call her.
I'm texting Ms. Rockwell now to ask her to get back on the Zoom.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson is preparing his client's documents. And Ms. Marshall Story, if you want to use this moment to send the paperwork to Mr. Harris.
Yes, I'm going right back to that.
I think other than Mr. Gomez, I think we've addressed everybody else. Mr. Jacoby Dickerson. Jacoby Dickerson. I don't know where he is. And then he left. Something I said. Mr. Korn, anything to report on, well, as soon as Mr. Davenport reappears?
Hopefully, well, yeah, here he comes.
All right, and what's the announcement for Mr. Davenport?
Davenport does qualify for the service of the public defender. We will accept representation of him. At this time, we'd ask that the case be placed on the status calendar so that we can enter an appearance and complete discovery.
All right, does he have your contact information, phone number?
I will make sure that he gets it. I have his, so I'll make sure that he gets mine.
Right, he was on the Orca B. All right.
Yes,
Mr.
Orca
Darrell
B number
Davenport, do you have a pen and paper or some kind of computer or iPad or smart device to record this information?
I'm on an iPhone.
Do you have a pen and paper?
Hold on just a moment.
The old-fashioned stuff.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
All right. Right now, you have attorney Larry Korn, and you can see him on the Zoom, K-O-R-N. And Mr. Korn, if you can give him the general number for the Fulton County Public Defender's Office.
All right, well, I'm gonna give you my number. It's 404 612 7961.
7961.
Yep.
Your case number is 20CR 000
CR 000.
241Y. Mr. Korn, you can either file a waiver of arraignment, or I'm going to arraign the case today.
We'll go ahead and plead not guilty today, waive further reading of the charges.
All right.
But we're not asking to be placed on we'd ask to be placed on the status calendar, really.
Will do. Mr. Davenport, you are now represented by the Fulton County Public Defender's Office. You have a phone number and a name and your case number. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
No further excuses. Now, based on what the attorney is saying, you're going to enter a plea of not guilty, and the case is going to be scheduled for a status conference. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This is case 20CR 000-241Y. Mr. Davenport is been charged with a violation of use of an instructional permit or provisional license, having an expired tag or unregistered vehicle, failure to maintain lane or improper lane change, possession of an open alcohol container, DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol less safe. This is from a February 5th, 2018 incident allegedly in Fulton County, Georgia. Mr. Davenport, these are the misdemeanor charges brought against you, and you are legally presumed innocent of these charges. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecution has the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the prosecutor succeeds, you could be convicted of one or more of these charges and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
This case has been arraigned. It's going to be further notice for a status conference, and that will be on on December 2nd at 9 a.m. December 2nd, 2022 at 9 a.m.
Okay.
All right. And
Right.
Mr. Korn, I'm going to issue a case management order. And I believe the public defense will then conduct themselves accordingly in accordance in light of the requirements of the case management order. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Davenport, please make sure you consult with your attorney and see if there are any possible ways to resolve this case. I don't know if there are any plea offers. You may reach out, Mr. Korn, you may reach out to the prosecutors to see if they have an offer on this case. Thank you.
Right.
You can go, Mr. Davenport. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Rockwell.
Back, Judge.
All right, well, our interpreter would have to leave at 12 p.m. So may we proceed with the plea hearing for Mr. Gomez?
Judge, we are finished going over everything we need to go over. I do have to find out one thing from probation because I do not want to set this fella up for failure.
Probation is not present right now. What's the question?
He lives in Canton, Georgia. Does Madam Interpreter want to be sworn in and also telling him everything that I'm telling Your Honor?
All right, I don't know where he is. He's
Your
not
Honor,
in
do you want me to tell Mr. Neri to go back to the courtroom because I still have him on the line, so he needs to go back to the
tell him to come
courtroom?
back in the courtroom. He needs to be at the
Okay.
podium.
And Judge, while we're waiting for Mr. Gomez, Counsel Rockwell did text me asking me about whether or not the anger management, which the state is going to recommend as part of the sentencing, whether that can be completed via Zoom. And Mr. Rockwell, I did reach out to one of our Solicitor General Office team members who is involved with our diversion program. Even though this is not a diversion case, there is American Alternative Court Services does offer the anger management courses via Zoom. Whether or not probation will accept that, I do not know, but that is one of these services at the SG's office that we use, and they offer these classes via Zoom. So that's in response to your question, Ms. Rockwell.
Okay, so having said that, Judge, thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Judge, if the court puts that in the sentence, I think that would avoid any kind of a disaster. Judge, this is a pro bono case. He is destitute. He's stuck in Canton. He has no transportation. I know that probation doesn't like to transfer probation out of county. He'd be happy to comply any way he can. It's been 2 years, I think, since the incident. He hasn't run into the alleged victim. And I'm trying real hard not to set him up where he can't, number one, pay for these anger management, and number two, where he's taking something at the solicitor's office that's going to get him all jammed up on probation.
Well, Ms. Rockwell, it would not be through the solicitor's office, but the state is not opposed if the court indicates in the sentencing that the defendant is to complete the anger management courses at the American Alternative Court Services. That is an independent provider. It's not affiliated per se with the Solicitor General's office, but we have used that service for our diversion program. So we would not be opposed to that being input into the court sentence at the court's discretion.
We're ready. And if you give me, while we're doing the plea, I'm going to go. And now that we don't have to modify anything on the sentence, Judge, if I can print it out, it's all done. If I print it out, and who shall I send it back to? Ms.
Monica.redden, REDDEN.
Okay.
CountyGA.gov.
Okay. We can, at the court's pleasure.
Okay. So as soon as you've submitted the paperwork, just put in there that he can complete the anger management program through just send it to her, the verbiage. It would be an independent school and he would have to do it as his own expense. But this is not through the Solicitor General's office.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Marshall Story, are we ready to take the plea for Michael Cobbs? Mr. Jackson?
Yes,
Ms.
Your
Marshall
Honor,
Story?
I'm ready.
All right, Ms. Redden, did we get the paperwork for Mr. Jackson? Ms. Lane, while we're waiting, do you solemnly swear and affirm that the translation you provide from Spanish to English and back, and to and fro will be a true and accurate translation with no changes or embellishments?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm just waiting on paperwork from attorney Mark Jackson. I am waiting on Mr. Zachary Harris to get his paperwork filled out and signed and returned back to the court. And I'm waiting on, did we address Ms. Smith already?
Ms. Smith was going to the library.
Yeah, and waiting on Ms. Trinicia Smith, position 3 on the Orca E.
Your Honor, I just sent that to Miss Redden, the signature.
All right, thank you. All right, we are addressing State of Georgia versus Michael Cobbs, accusation number 20 CR 003462F. Mr. Cobbs has been accused of DUI less safe, and he's represented by attorney Mark Jackson. Mr. Cobbs, you've also been advised of your right to remain silent. This is going to be a negotiated plea hearing. So, Mr. Cobbs, if you please raise your right hand for purposes of the plea. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall's story.
Thank you, Your Honor. Regarding Mr. Combs, he's agreed to plead guilty to the driving under the influence less safe charge. In exchange for doing that, his sentence will be 12 months to serve 24 hours with credit for time served, balance probated, 40 hours of community service, a $500 fine, alcohol drug evaluation and treatment, the risk reduction program, 1 victim impact panel, and the state will null process the remaining charges pursuant to this plea being successfully taken.
Mr. Jackson, does your client accept these terms, and do you stipulate to the factual basis venue
Yes, Your Honor.
for the 1 charge of DUI less safe?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cobbs, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take a plea today?
No, ma'am.
And has it been explained to you that by taking such a plea that it could impact your driver's license status as well as any other personal matters such as other open cases or any other professional licenses?
Yes, ma'am.
And has it also been explained that by taking this plea, you give up your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to be able to have the assistance of counsel to challenge the state's evidence, present your own defenses, examine witnesses, confront your accuser, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of DUI less safe?
Can I plead NOLO?
So this is a guilty plea negotiated.
Guilty.
Accept your guilty plea to this charge. Your sentence is 12 months to serve 24 hours. Credit for time served, 24 hours. The remainder of the time you will serve it on probation. You will report to the probation office next Thursday at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. And you continue. Are you listening, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you will continue
132 Mitchell Street.
in downtown Atlanta. And you will show up anytime after 9 a.m., but try to make it by 3 p.m. because you'll need time to set up your case. While you're on probation, you will complete 40 hours of voluntary community service, and that community service may be done at any nonprofit agency, which is not a school and not a religious organization. You must pay a $500 fine plus all necessary probation fees. You will complete an alcohol and drug evaluation and submit yourself to any treatment if required. You will also complete a risk reduction program, one victim impact panel, and you will complete all these conditions within the next 12 months. The remainder charges that were brought against you will not be pursued by the prosecution. I believe that completes the sentencing. Mr. Jackson, did you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, one thing, he has done, I believe, the risk reduction. He might have even gotten the eval and some community service. So I would just ask if the court would allow, since we were trying to be proactive, it would just be a note on the order that whatever he's done in this, that be used for the purpose of his probation and to fulfilling his requirements.
Okay, probation may apply any completed alcohol and drug evaluation. What else did you say he has completed?
Community service.
How many hours?
They were 40.
You've completed all 40?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you complete those?
When I first got this DWI, one of my friends told me, go ahead.
Do we have the letter or the certificate from the
yes, ma'am.
nonprofit agency?
Yes, ma'am.
Which agency is that?
I gotta find it in my paperwork at home. I gotta look for it. That's why
Mr. Cox, unless you can identify the agency, I'm not going to accept community service that was done a few years ago.
Your Honor, can I try to track that down for the court? I know that he's done it, and I know that he's done the risk reduction. We'll just have to provide the proof of that to probation, Your Honor.
Okay, probation may apply any completed alcohol and drug evaluation and/or treatment, risk reduction, and community service hours
Thank you, Your Honor.
upon satisfactory proof.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But he will still be reporting to probation every month?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, I have asked about getting the paperwork from DDS, doing the DDS, and there's I guess a question of that I said it couldn't be sent electronically. I'm not sure what the status is with that.
We would need to get that document. You need to get it from either the Solicitor General's office or from the clerk of court, and then submit that to the clerk so that they can present it to me for signature.
Okay. I'll have to, I guess we'll have to get down to downtown to do that, Your Honor.
All right. So
Would you allow me to do that on Monday, Your Honor?
Yes, I will allow for a first offender. I will allow for a first offender driving permit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
To be submitted by defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll get that additional paperwork from the solicitor's office or the clerk's office.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you, Mr. Cobbs. That concludes your plea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you are free to go.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
No problem. Okay. That's that. All right. Ms. Rockwell and Ms. Marshall's story. Ms. McCutcheon, are you taking the Gomez case?
No, Ms. Marshall Story is still handling that. Ms. Marshall
Okay.
Story, are
Yes,
you?
that's correct. I'm still handling it.
All right, we have Mr. Neri Gomez. Has the paperwork been sent to Ms. Redden?
Judge, look, it's right here. My last signature as an officer of the court, it will be there before we finish our plea. I promise. I'm one more, and then I'm scanning it all to you. One more signature, and I just need to make sure through Madam Interpreter that I have his permission to sign his name to all of these documents.
Ok. Señor Neri, la abogada le está preguntando que si usted la autoriza a ella para ella poder firmar los documentos en su nombre.
Sí.
Yes.
Judge, you won't see me for 2 seconds because I'm going to scan with this phone, but I'll be listening.
Okay, all right.
Is that okay, Madam
That's
Prosecutor?
perfectly fine.
Yeah,
You
okay.
know, if I don't get the documents, the green-eyed monster comes out. Okay.
We don't want that.
Okay, so let's get started. This is State versus Neri Gomez, position number 20 CR 003046F.
Este es el caso de la Fiscalía del Condado de Fulton contra el señor Neri Gómez. El caso es el 20 CR 003046F.
Mr. Gomez was charged with simple battery domestic violence on March 27, 2020 in Fulton County, Georgia.
El señor Neri se le acusa de agresión simple bajo la ley de violencia intrafamiliar, que ocurrió el 27 de marzo del 2020 aquí en el condado de Fulton, en Georgia.
Mr. Gomez, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of your case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and Ms. Rockwell is representing you.
Al señor Neri, usted tiene el derecho a permanecer callado. Cualquier cosa que usted diga puede ser usado en su contra y tiene el derecho a tener un abogado. La señorita Rockwell es su abogada.
We are going to consider a plea hearing on a reduced charge of disorderly conduct.
Estamos considerando una declaración de culpabilidad, una audiencia que tenemos aquí en un cargo enmendado que es alterar el orden público.
May I place you under oath?
Lo va a poner bajo juramento.
Please raise your right hand.
Por favor, levante su...
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Levante su mano derecha y usted jura solemnemente que el testimonio que usted va a dar aquí es la verdad y lo que usted reconoce que sabe. ¿Lo jura?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Marshall Story, what's the plea recommendation for Mr. Gomez?
Your Honor, as the court correctly stated, the state has agreed to amend the simple battery family violence charge to a reckless charge. In exchange for a plea to that reckless charge, the state is offering the following terms and conditions: 12 months probation.
Miss, could you allow me?
I'm so sorry.
Could you allow me to interpret?
Do you want me to start over and stop after each line?
That would be better.
Okay, I forgot.
Ms. Lee, I just want to clarify. Is it disorderly conduct or is it reckless conduct?
It's disorderly conduct.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, you mentioned reckless, so I wasn't sure.
Did I say reckless?
Yes, you did.
Oh, okay.
It's been a long morning. Okay, please begin, Ms. Marshall Stewart.
Okay. In exchange for a plea.
Para que pueda ofrecer una declaración, una declaración a este cargo.
To the reduced charge.
Al cargo que se ha enmendado, reducido.
Of disorderly conduct.
De conducta alterar el orden público.
Mr. Gomez.
Señor
Gomez. You can do the whole sentence. Ms. Lee is very good.
Yeah. Okay. You can do the whole sentence.
Mr. Gomez will need to complete the following terms and conditions.
El señor Gómez tiene que completar los siguientes términos y condiciones para poder que se declare al cargo de alterar el orden público.
12 months probation.
12 meses de libertad vigilada.
6 anger management classes,
a 6 clases para el control del temperamento,
no contact with
No.
Silvanio Trovato,
no puede tener ningún contacto con Silvanio Trovato.
Está bien.
That's fine.
oh, okay.
Madam Prosecutor,
Yes.
just with all candor to the court, we did up the classes to
That's
12.
right. We upped it to 12. Thank you so much. So, Your Honor, instead of that being 6 anger management classes,
Señoría, en lugar de ser 6 clases que tiene que tomar, van a ser más.
the defendant will need to complete 12 classes.
El acusado tiene que completar 12 clases.
All right. Ms. Rockwell, are those the terms to which your client has agreed? And do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID for a charge of disorderly conduct?
Yes, Your Honor, and there needs to be a new accusation filed, but the plea sheet is in the amended charge of disorderly conduct.
I believe Ms. Marshall Story will be filing the amended accusation today.
Oh,
May
I've done that. Are you all not able to see it?
I didn't really look, but I
okay.
I totally trust the Solicitor General's office to have done so.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Rockwell, may I then proceed with the plea?
¿Puedo proceder con la declaración, señorita Rockwell?
Yes.
Sí.
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Gomez, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
Señor Gómez, ¿usted ha ingerido algún tipo de medicamentos o de bebidas alcohólicas recientemente?
No.
No.
And are you satisfied with your attorney, Ms. Rockwell?
¿Está usted satisfecho con su abogada, la señorita Rockwell?
Sí.
Has
Yes.
she explained to you that you will be placed on probation to complete 12 anger management classes?
Ella le explicó a usted que usted lo van a poner bajo libertad vigilada y tiene que completar 12 clases para el control del temperamento. ¿Ella le explicó todo eso?
Sí.
Yes.
And Ms. Rockwell, have you explained to him that he can do the classes at the program that was recommended by Ms. McCutcheon?
I did not exactly explain that. He knew about the problem. So if Madam Interpreter could just tell him that we have gotten permission for him to do the classes via Zoom.
Ok. Señor Neri, están hablando sobre las clases que tiene que tomar y la abogada quiere informarle que pudieron llegar a un acuerdo de que usted tome las clases por medio de Zoom, clases virtuales en lugar de tener que ir a un sitio a tomarlas. ¿Entendió eso?
Sí.
Yes.
He will do the classes at his expense, and I will waive his probation fees for the next 6 months up to and including February 2023.
Okay. Usted tiene que tomar las clases, pero tiene que pagarlas usted misma. Se le va a suspender el pago de libertad vigilada por 6 meses hasta febrero del 2023, pero las clases las tiene que pagar usted. ¿Entendió eso?
Sí,
Señor.
sí.
Yes, yes.
Is anyone forcing him or inducing him to take a plea today?
¿Alguien lo está amenazando o lo está obligando o lo está obligando a que usted se declare hoy aquí?
No, nadie.
No, nobody.
If he takes a plea today, he will not have a trial in front of a judge or a jury.
¿Usted entiende que declararse usted aquí culpable no va a haber un juicio ante un juez o ante un jurado? ¿Entendió eso?
Sí, entiendo.
He will not have an attorney help him to challenge the state's case and present his defenses.
Tampoco va a tener un abogado que lo ayude a disputar el caso de la fiscalía y a contestar estos cargos si tuviera que ir a juicio. ¿Entendió eso?
He will not be able to confront his accuser and examine witnesses.
Tampoco va a tener el derecho a acarrear a los testigos en su contra y tampoco hacer el contrainterrogatorio de estos testigos.
And he will not be able to have the state try to prove the charges against him beyond a reasonable doubt.
Y tampoco va a hacer que la fiscalía compruebe los cargos en contra suya más allá de duda razonable. ¿Entendió todo esto? ¿Que renunció a todos estos derechos?
Sí.
Is he prepared to give up these rights that I've just listed?
¿Está usted listo y preparado para renunciar a estos derechos que acabo de enunciar?
Sí.
How
Yes.
does he plead to one count of disorderly conduct?
¿Cómo se declara al cargo, a un solo cargo que tiene de conducta, de alterar el orden público? ¿Cómo se declara este cargo?
Culpable.
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months probation.
Su condena es de 12 meses de libertad vigilada.
You will complete 12 anger management classes as described by your attorney.
Va a completar 12 clases de control de temperamento como se lo indicó y se lo explicó su abogada por Zoom.
You will report to probation every month.
Tiene que presentarse con libertad vigilada una vez al mes.
I will waive your probation fees from now until the end of February 2023.
Yo voy a suspender el costo de libertad vigilada para usted desde ahorita hasta febrero del 2023. No tiene que pagar la libertad vigilada, el costo de eso.
If he finishes all his anger management classes, his probation, he does not have to report to probation.
Cuando usted termine todas las clases de control de temperamento, que complete todo eso, ya no tiene que presentarse con libertad vigilada.
But at all times, he must stay away from Silvario Trovato.
Pero a todo momento tiene que mantenerse alejado de Silvanio Trovato.
Does he have any questions about his sentence?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta sobre la condena que se le ha impuesto?
No.
No.
All right, Ms. Rockwell, we good?
Señorita Rockwell, ¿estamos bien?
Madam Clerk, did you receive, and Ms. Story, did you receive my copy of the 4 documents?
Yes, we
Yes,
did.
thank
And-
you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we good, Ms. Rockwell, Ms.
Yeah.
Marshall Story?
And I just thank everybody for that. That was a long and tedious process. It's over a couple of months, but it turned out very well. And thank you, everybody.
Ms. Rockwell, I want to especially thank you for chiming in and representing him. Things worked out, so thank you very much.
Remember, I hope I didn't disturb the court trespassing on this case a couple of months ago. Thank you, Judge. May I be?
All right. Before Ms. Lean, before you leave, please let Mr. Gomez know that he needs to report to probation. His first visit has to be at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta.
Can somebody write it for him in the courtroom so that way he has it?
Yeah, we're going to give him a written, it's going to say
Okay.
probation office.
Okay.
Next Thursday, which is September 15th. No,
Okay.
16th, September 16th.
What
No,
time?
September 15th, excuse me,
15th,
September
okay.
15th
Okay.
at 9 a.m.
Okay. Señor,
Go ahead.
Señor Gómez, le van a dar un documento porque le va a decir la información de que tiene que presentarse con la Oficina de Libertad Vigilada el 15 de septiembre a las 9 de la mañana y ese se encuentra ubicada en 132 Mitchell Street en el centro de Atlanta. Le van a dar la información, ahorita se la van a escribir y le van a dar donde tiene que presentarse, pero tiene que ir allá el 15 de septiembre a las 9 de la mañana. ¿Entendió?
Sí.
Yes.
All
You
right,
understood,
thank
Your
you.
Honor.
He
You're
may
welcome.
leave after he gets the document.
Una vez que le den los documentos que tienen que darle, que se puede retirar. Así que espérese hasta que le den los documentos, ¿ok?
Está bien, muchas gracias.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
All right, Janada, thank you.
You're
Judge,
welcome.
Get a copy of the sentence and what I did not put in there is I'll send a new, I just need the phone number for the American Alternative Court Services.
What's the number, Miss?
I don't have the number, Ms. Rockwell. I'll find that information and I will submit that to you.
Email Miss McCutcheon to pester her for the number.
Yes, and I'll get that once I return to the office and I'll provide that to you.
Madam Interpreter, if you could just have Mr. Gomez make sure that he contacts me if there's any problems.
Okay.
With his probation, reporting, getting it transferred to Canton, mail in, however they want to do it. Judge, could you also just put the record that he lives out of county? He's without any transportation.
Señor Gómez, su abogada, la señorita Rowell, me está diciendo que si se le presenta algún problema, tanto sea con libertad vigilada, con que no se la pongan por correo cualquier otra cosa de las condiciones que tiene que cumplir, se presenta un problema, que por favor le deje saber inmediatamente a ella para ella poder hacer algo al respecto. ¿Entendió? Ok.
Lo que quiero yo es el número de teléfono de ella, porque yo marco y no contesto.
What I need is your phone number, Ms. Robert, because he said that he dialed some phone number and he doesn't get through.
Okay, you can give it to him right now. You have it.
Okay, you want me to give it to him?
Please.
Okay, señor Gómez, si tiene para anotar, para dar el teléfono de su abogada.
No tengo.
May I send the number through a text message to Mr. Gómez, Your Honor?
You have this number, you may.
Yes, I do. Okay. Señor Gómez, yo le voy a mandar un mensaje de texto a su
That's ready.
teléfono con el teléfono de la abogada. Okay?
Está bien.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. May I be
Thank
excused,
you.
Your Honor?
Thank you. Do we
You're
have
very
given
welcome.
the information? Miss Lynn, sorry, 12:02 p.m., just by the skin of our teeth. Okay. You're free to go, Miss Lynn.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rockwell. Ms. Marshall Story, I have Shanicia Smith's plea paperwork. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
But I don't see her on the Zoom.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did email her. I told her to log back on. I do apologize. I did tell her to log back on.
Do you have a phone number?
I do not.
Do you have an email?
Yes, I did email her and told her to log back on.
Okay.
I'm looking at the system now to see if there's a phone number for her.
Okay. With the host, Miss Smith, check and see if Miss Shanicia Smith is in the waiting room.
Your Honor, she is not in the waiting room.
Okay. Might want to zap her another email. Is Zachary Harris ready with his paperwork?
Your Honor, I forwarded the paperwork to Mr. Harris's girlfriend, and I just sent her a message to see how things were going. We tried to do a test run with one piece, and she did receive that, was able to look it up and pull it up on her telephone. But remember, they did have to leave wherever they were to go to the library to print it.
All right. I have a Tyree McIntyre. Is that counsel or?
No, Your Honor, this position number 7 on the Orca final county.
Okay. Tyree McIntyre, you need to start your audio and your video, please. Thank you for showing up this late. All right, Mr. McIntyre, you might want to turn, is this a computer you're using?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the overhead light is not allowing me to see who is in front of the computer.
Okay.
You have a light next to the computer and you can switch off the overhead light.
1 second. Yes, ma'am.
Much better. All right, Mr. McIntyre. Well, I'm glad you showed up. Otherwise, I was going to issue a bench warrant for your arrest. So you have your right to remain silent. Anything you have to say about the facts of your case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, hopefully you've already applied with the Public Defender's Office to see if you qualify. Mr. McIntyre, you have case 20 CR 002504F, accused of simple battery and misdemeanor possession of marijuana. You need to remain in one position. See, you were good just now, and now you're okay. Perfect. All right, and this case was reset for a final plea. Have you consulted with an attorney?
No, I was trying to see if I could get time to get a attorney. I tried to talk to a public defender, but I wasn't successful, so I was trying to get an attorney.
All right, and what steps have you made to get an attorney?
Well, every time I tried to call the number that I got sent to me on the paper, mailed to me to my address, I don't really get no, I guess, good direction. So I was just trying
Mr.
to figure out.
McIntyre, this case was first scheduled on May 4th, 2021. Then it was scheduled on August 5th, 2022. Today is September 9th, 2022. So what steps have you done to hire a private attorney?
Well, I just been calling around, but I just still need more time.
You're not going to get more time. I'm going to arraign your case today, which means that you can enter a not guilty plea, and I can schedule your case for a trial, and you will have 10 days to get a private attorney to make sure that all necessary paperwork is filed to preserve your rights. Otherwise, you are free to speak to the prosecutor to see if they have an offer that you're willing to accept. What would you like to do?
I guess I wanted to see my options. And is it possible I could get a court-appointed lawyer, or no? I need to get a private attorney.
You have had ample time, and plus you came to court late. You should have read the chat feature on how to reach out to the public defender's office.
Right. But I currently don't stay in Atlanta, Georgia.
He does not qualify.
Oh, he doesn't qualify, so you don't qualify for.
Why don't I qualify?
Yeah. Yeah, so Mr. McIntyre, I'm looking at the notes from the last calendar. You do not qualify for the public defender's office, and the judge at that time already told you to hire a private attorney. So again, option A is to plead not guilty, and then you have 10 days to get your attorney to make sure he or she files all the necessary paperwork to preserve your rights and defenses. Option B is if you want to represent yourself and speak to a prosecutor to see whether you can resolve the case today. What would you like to do?
Both. Or talk to the
You know,
prosecutor.
when I say option A or B, there wasn't a third option for A and B.
Oh, okay. Well, if I could, I guess, talk to the prosecutor, and I don't know, try to see.
I can put the offer on the record, Your Honor.
Okay, what is the offer for Mr. McIntyre for simple battery and possession of marijuana less than 1 ounce?
To plead guilty to simple battery, it would be 12 months probation and 2 anger management classes. The balance will be probated, and the possession of marijuana offense would be null pros.
All right. So Mr. McIntyre, the offer by the prosecutor is that if you want to plead guilty, the sentence would be to go on probate. Where did he go? McIntyre?
Yes, ma'am.
The offer is that you be on probation for 12 months. You complete 2 anger management classes, and the rest of the time will be probation. If you complete the anger management classes, I will place your probation on non-reporting, and the state will not pursue the marijuana charge. Is that something you'd like to consider?
Maybe, yes. I don't know. I'm not sure.
You have to make a decision today. They will send you the plea paperwork, and we can take a plea hearing today.
Well, can I do, I guess, like, the classes, but, I just wasn't trying to be on no probation.
You'll be on probation to complete the classes. Once the classes are completed, then you don't have to report to probation after that. But until the classes are completed, you will be required to report to probation.
Your Honor, can I ask you a question so I can, if after I complete the classes, I'm still gonna be on there, or I'm not gonna be on there?
After you complete your classes, you will be on probation, but you will not need to report. It's called non-reporting probation.
Right. I just wasn't trying to be on probation at all.
Well, that's not what the state's offering. but they're willing to drop the marijuana charge. What would you like to do?
I don't know what to do. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Well, I gave you option B.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
Can I get a lawyer or something?
You don't qualify for the services of the Public Defender's Office, and you have had ample time to retain counsel, and you have failed to do so.
Um,
All right, since you're not accepting the plea, I'm assuming you're going to be entering a not guilty plea. Would that be correct?
yes.
All right. Please keep in mind that if you enter a not guilty plea, I have no guarantee that this offer will still be on the table. So we are going to proceed with an arraignment. An arraignment is where I explain to you what your case is, and that upon and then once you enter a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. I'll be entering a case management order today. It's highly recommended that you retain an attorney within the next few days, because you want to let the attorney know that your case has been accused and that he or she has 10 days to file all the necessary paperwork to preserve your rights. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Do you want me to read the accusation, or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
It don't matter. You don't have to.
All right, I'll deem that to be a waiver of the reading. Mr. Tyree Devontae McIntyre, you're accused of simple battery and misdemeanor possession of marijuana less than 1 ounce, allegedly occurring on January 4th, 2019 in Fulton County, Georgia. This is for case number 20 CR 002-504F. Mr. McIntyre,
Yeah, Ernie, can I ask you something? I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
Yes.
I was just gonna say, like, is it like I can't pay no fine? Like, cause I don't stay there. I don't stay.
The recommendation from the state is 2 anger management classes. Unless you want to speak to the prosecutor.
Yeah, I can pay for the classes. Like, it's no problem. Like, I was just saying, like, I don't stay there, so it's like, and then I guess I wasn't trying to be on probation because, like, I don't know, I work stuff
Ms.
like that.
Githia, what would you like to offer?
Could we just go into the breakout room just momentarily, Your Honor?
All right, Mr. McIntyre, you will see a request on the screen to join a breakout room. Ms. Smith, if you could place Ms. Githia and Mr. McIntyre in a breakout room, please. All right, Ms. Smith. And was that with Ms. Githia or Ms. Marshall Story? It was Ms. Githia, wasn't it? Yeah, as soon as she gets audio connected.
Yes, it's Marshall Story, Your Honor.
Are you waiting on a plea only with Zachary Harris, right?
Yes, with Mr. Harris, and I was trying to get Miss Smith back on the line right quick.
She's on the line. She needs to unmute.
Oh, is she on?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Ms. Smith, you need to unmute your Zoom panel screen. I don't know whether she's connected to audio.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, your video needs to be on. Okay. This is State of Georgia versus Shrenesia Smith, case number 20 CR 004295Y. Ms. Shrenesia Smith, has been accused of simple battery and simple assault. And Ms. Smith, we're going to have a plea hearing. You have been advised of your right to remain silent, and you have chosen to represent yourself, understanding that you're responsible for any legal decision and how it applies to your personal situation. Ms. Smith, may I place you on the oath for purposes of the plea hearing?
Now, excuse me one second, Your Honor. Ms. Githia is handling Ms. Smith. I was just helping out, trying to make sure she got back on the line.
Oh,
Are you
okay.
able to hold for her?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I don't know what the terms of the plea offer are, so I just can't assist.
Okay.
What is that case number, Your Honor? I'll look it up in Odyssey.
20 CR 004-295Y. Ms. Redden, if you have the plea paperwork from Ms. Smith, you can even forward that to Ms. Marshall Story.
Was that 20 CR 002-295Y, Your Honor?
No, 004-295Y.
I have sent the paperwork to Ms. McCutcheon as well as Ms. Marshall Stewart.
That's Ms. Sharnicia Smith.
Mhm. I believe it's 12 months probation, 3 anger management classes, and no contact with Michelle Ferris.
That's correct, Judge. Yes. 12 months probation, 3 anger management, no contact with Michelle Ferris is the state's recommendation. Do we have the plea paperwork?
We have everything.
Okay, I can just pull up the.
I have the plea paperwork now, so we can go ahead and take the plea.
All right. So we will resume with Sharnicia Smith. Ms. Smith, may I place you on the oath for purposes of the plea? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Miss Erica Marshall Story with the Fulton County Solicitor General's Office is going to be stepping in for Ms. Githier to cover this plea hearing. And Ms. Githier, I understand that these are going to be the charges which are going to be concurrently applied to the one count of simple battery and
Can't
simple
hear you. We're
assault.
about to take. Yes.
Okay, and do you want to articulate the terms?
Yes, Your Honor. I am happy to do that. The terms in this case, Your Honor, are, as the court previously stated, 12 months probation, 3 anger management classes, no contact with Michelle Ferris.
All right. Ms. Smith, are those the terms to which you have agreed?
Yes.
And do you agree and stipulate that the factual allegations as claimed by the prosecutor for these 2 charges are true and correct?
Yes.
And do you agree and stipulate that the venue of Fulton County and the identity of the defendant, Sharnicia Smith, are true and correct?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Smith, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take a plea today?
No.
And in reviewing the documents that were sent to you, do you understand that you will be giving up your rights, including the right to a trial before a judge or a jury, to have the assistance of counsel so that you can challenge the state's evidence, present your own defenses, examine witnesses, confront your accuser, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes.
How do you plead to one count of simple battery and simple assault?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months probation. You will report to the probation office at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta next Thursday after 9 a.m. and before 3 p.m. Do you understand?
Yes.
You'll be placed on probation and you will report to probation every month. While you're on probation, you will complete 3 anger management classes. I will waive your probation fees up to and including the end of this year. And if you complete your 3 anger management classes, your probation will be non-reporting, which means that you don't have to report after your classes have been completed. Do you understand?
Yes.
At all times, while you are on active or non-reporting probation, you will have no contact with Michelle Ferris. You have to stay 200 yards away from her and not communicate with her in any way, form, or manner.
Okay.
All right? Do you have any questions about your plea?
No, I just want to have an understanding that she knows not to call my phone and play on my phone.
There is no such understanding right now because she is not the defendant. She's under no restriction. But if you feel that she is calling you and bothering you, then you have legal rights that you can take.
Okay.
All right? But you need to report to probation next Thursday. Failure to report may result in your probation being revoked.
Okay.
All right? Thank you. You're free to go. All right, Mr. Zachary Harris, have your documents been completed and sent back to the court? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You're on mute.
All right. Yes, I had emailed the papers to her.
To whom?
Erica.
Right.
I haven't gotten anything yet, so you may need, let's read my email address off again. Sometimes it can be a little tricky.
It's the same one that you sent me the papers on.
Okay, well, Your Honor, nothing's come through from me yet.
All right,
Can
Mr.
you also
Harris?
try sending them to the clerk of the court in case
Yes.
things are moving a little faster for her?
Okay. It probably just ain't come in yet because it's definitely sent. But can I get another email I can try to send it to?
Listen very carefully. It's Monica. Yeah.
How you spell it?
I'm going to put it, it's going to be in the chat to you.
Okay.
If you have the TV or radio on, you need to switch it off. Do you see the email?
Yes, I see it.
Oh, sorry, I mistyped it. It's Monica.Redden, not dash.
Okay.
Okay, the second one that I sent you, that's the correct one, Monica.Redden.
Okay, I'm doing it now.
Ms. Smith, is Ms. Githier still in conference with Mr. McIntyre?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh,
thank you.
she's coming. She's back in now.
All right. All right, Ms. Githier, have you anything to, Mr. McIntyre, you need to start your video and unmute your screen.
Mr. McIntyre was inquiring if he could get an attorney. I told him that he needed to speak with you about if he could get an attorney or not.
Well, I've already given you the option, Mr. McIntyre. If you want to plead not guilty, I'll be arraigned.
I just needed like a couple more days because sometimes I only
No. I'm going to arraign your case today, and then you have the next 10 days to make sure you get your attorney and let him or her know that your case has been arraigned and they need to file the paperwork pronto.
Okay.
So if you want time to hire an attorney, all I'm letting you know right now, I'm going to arraign your case today, which means you're entering a not guilty plea. And then your attorney has 10 days to make sure that they file all the necessary paperwork to preserve your rights. You cannot afford to wait any longer.
Okay.
What do you
Damn.
want to do?
I don't know what to do.
All right.
'Cause
So I'm going to accept a not guilty plea. As I was saying, you have waived the reading of your accusation, and upon your entry of a not guilty plea, your case will be scheduled for a trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecutor has the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the prosecutor succeeds in carrying its burden of proof, you will be convicted of one or more of these charges and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Given this information, how do you plead?
I don't know. This is crazy.
Well, you either, if you want a trial or if you want time to get an attorney, you'll be pleading not guilty. What's the confusion about that?
Cause I'm trying to get a lawyer, and I just haven't able to been, cause I've been working so much. I work 6 days a
We've
week. I'm
all
only
been
off one
working
day.
so much, Mr. McIntyre.
I'm only off one day. I apologize, and I don't stay there. I don't
So,
stay in
last
Atlanta,
time I'm
Georgia. I
going to
stay in
ask
Charlotte,
you,
North Carolina.
last time I'm going to ask you, how do you plead?
I don't know. Not guilty.
Your case has been arraigned
Uh,
and a
Right.
case management order will be issued today. You have 10 days to make sure your attorney files all the necessary paperwork. You're free to go. Thank you. All right. So we're just waiting on Mr. Zachary Harris.
I had sent it to the email that you gave me in the chat.
All right, sir, just give us a moment.
Okay.
So Mr. Harris, you took screenshots of those pages?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought you had gone somewhere to scan them and email them.
No, I'm saying I took pictures. I took pictures. I went to my next door neighbors, and she printed it out, so I didn't have to go to the library. and I took the screenshots and sent it to the email that you sent in the chat.
What did they do at the library?
No, the papers that she emailed me, I got my next door neighbor to print them out for me so I could sign them, and I took a picture.
They're just coming out cut off, like half a page.
They is.
I don't know which side you.
Did you want me to turn the camera? They full on my end.
It might be more legible if the defendant were to scan the documents and then save them and print them out.
Do you have a scanner?
If he had.
Mm.
Mr. Harris,
Yes, ma'am.
on your phone, whether it is an Android or an Apple, on your camera setting, if you hold your phone over the document, it will give you the option to scan. I need you to scan the document versus taking a picture. Once the
Okay.
document is scanned, open up your email from your phone and attach the scanned documents. Then email them to me, please.
And that works for Android and iPhones?
Yes, Ms. Marshall Story.
I'm taking notes over here.
Well, thank you, Ms. Redding. I knew for iPhone, I did not know for Android as well.
Y'all just taught me something new. You said I'm supposed to hold it? Hello?
Ms. Redden, I think he's got some additional questions.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm not sure why they can't hear you. Can you send a message in the chat to Monica Redden?
Okay.
When you scroll down, you should see her name and you can send a message directly to her.
You saying Monica?
Monica Redden, Reddin.
No, Redden, but I can hear him.
Well, he was trying to say that he needed some additional help.
Yeah, so I was trying to I have an iPhone. I was trying to scan it on the other phone and it wouldn't go through. But I don't, yeah, it's not popping up, but I don't understand, like, if I just take a full picture of it, I don't understand why it's saying half.
I can't answer that one. This one seems to have.
All right, and do you have another? Can you send me the email?
I can.
Is there any way I can text it personal?
Give me a moment, Mr. Harris.
When you decide to attend court via Zoom instead of in person, you're responsible for making sure that your devices work. Otherwise, you come down to the courthouse where we have devices that can assist you. I am trying to see if we can help you out, sir, but it's not easy.
That's what I was saying, because my device is working on my end. That's why I don't understand this all end.
However, you're taking the screenshot,
Yeah, because my camera's
it's
popping up.
coming out like this. You see the shadow spot?
Oh, okay. So do I need
And
to
then
do it?
it's cut off. And it's landscape, it's not portrait. So unless you're a genius on taking screenshots, this is not what we're looking for.
Okay.
Or Mr. Harris, you can upload the scan app from your Play Store on your Apple phone.
I'm doing it now. Okay, I'm scanning them now. Okay, I just finished sending the documents.
While we are waiting for Mr. Harris's documents to come through successfully, let me just go through the calendar. I'm going to start with a Orca a show cause calendar, Courtney Verde. And that case is going to be a reset with the division judge to address the motion in limine and to schedule the case for trial. So it's just further notice for trial. With regard to the Orca E status conference calendar, position number 1, Jacoby Dickerson. Mr. Dickerson had left the hearing. He said he needed to hire an attorney, but he left the hearing. Any requests by the prosecution?
State is requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor.
Okay, granted.
Thank you.
So, Your Honor, that was the case that you just said that we will reset to October 21st for a final plea and give him at least 20 days prior.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I had already spoken to my litigation manager about this. I'm resetting it to October 21st for a final plea. And we, with the instructions that he hires his own attorney at least 20 days before the October 21st date. Okay, so this is reset for final plea with instructions to hire an attorney. Position 2 has been arraigned and further notice for trial. Position 3 was Sharonesia Smith was a plea. Position 4, Tolbert is been arraigned and further notice for trial with Judge Edie. All right, Orca E, final plea calendar. Brendan Meredith was a plea. Orca A, final plea calendar. Position 1, Ivy Bell was arraigned and further notice for a jury trial. Case management order was issued. And she is represented by attorney Wanda Gant. Position 2, Dakota Charles is going to be a reset for a motion hearing on October 21st at 9 a.m. Position 3 is arraigned and further notice for a jury trial, represented by Larry Cohn. Position 4, Zachary Harris is pending a plea. Position 5, Giles, represented by Mr. Paul Roman, is an arraigned and further notice for a trial. Position 6, Marshall, is reset to October 21st. This would be to a status calendar. Final plea calendar. Final plea calendar. Position 7, McIntyre, has been arraigned and further notice for trial, and a case management order will issue. Position 8, India McPherson, is represented by Larry Korn, reset to October 21st for a plea or a dismissal. Position 9, Keith Purdy is filed a waiver of arraignment, and the case is further noticed to the division judge, and a case management order will issue. Position 10, Anitra Watkins was a plea. Position 11, Kimberly Wethington is been arraigned and further notice for trial, and a case management order has been issued. All right, the final calendar is Orca B, final plea calendar. Position 1, Clark, is further notice, arraigned and further notice for trial, case management order issued. Position 2, Cobbs, was a plea. Position 3, Davenport, is arraigned and further notice for a status on December 2nd, 2022, represented by Larry Korn. Position 3, Adolph Dorvell, has been further noticed for a jury trial. Position 5, Eldred Edie, was a plea. Position 6, Mary Gomez was a plea. Position 7, Gianna Hardy did not appear. Gianna Hardy did not appear. Any motion? State
The
request.
state would request a bench warrant, Your Honor. She also failed to appear on July 22nd as well.
All right. Failure to appear on September 9th, and what was the other date? July
22nd.
22nd, 2022. Bench warrant to issue. Position 8 is final plea will be taken on October 21st at 9 a.m. Position 9 was a plea. Position 10 is there's a represented by Larry Korn, and a request for an evaluation has been made. So I'm expecting the request for an evaluation documents today, and the case will be reset to December 2nd status calendar to determine the outcome of the evaluation. Position 11 is there's been a waiver arraignment, and it's further notice for a jury trial. So the only issue that we are waiting on is Mr. Harris's.
Miss Essence Smith was able to take two of the documents. Post and pen.
Miss Marcia Story, did you send Mr. Harris the waiver of counsel document as well?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Harris, do you have the document where you waived your right to counsel?
Yes, I have 3 documents. Yes.
You have 3 or 4?
The other one, I didn't take a picture. I didn't get it because I was confused. It said Michael's on there. I didn't know if I got the wrong paper or I didn't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it said
Can you hold up what you have so I can see? Okay.
Was I supposed to sign this too?
Well, you don't have counsel, so you don't have to sign that one. Let me see the other one.
I signed this one.
Okay, that you're giving it freely and voluntarily. Okay.
I signed this one.
Okay.
And I signed this.
That's the first
Okay.
page.
You said the first page?
The one you just showed. There's one more document where you have to sign off that you understand your waiver for right of counsel, and you're supposed to sign off on it.
Which
Your
one?
Honor, I did not send that one. I'm sending that now. I did not send that one.
It's coming in to you, Mr. Harris, right now.
Got it.
You see it on your email? Are you on a computer?
Yeah, I'm saying that that was, I didn't have the printer. That was my next door neighbors who had the printer.
Look at the document that you see. Look at the email that you see, the latest email that's being sent by Miss Marshall Story.
Okay, I'm finna check the email right now. Yes. And what's the document that you sent me?
I'm sending it. Just 1 second.
Okay. No.
Ms. Marshall Story sent?
Yes, it's been sent, Your Honor.
Right. Mr. Harris, do you have the latest email with the waiver of counsel?
It just came through.
Okay, if you open up the email and open up the PDF document. I hope it's in PDF. Is it in PDF?
Yeah, it should be a Word document.
Oh, Word document.
It's in PDF.
PDF.
Oh, it
okay.
is in PDF? Okay.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Are you doing it on your computer?
Do I have to get it printed out again?
No. Are you doing it on your computer? What device are you using to open up the document? Are you using a phone, an iPad, a computer? What?
iPhone.
An iPhone. Okay, now look at the document and press it so it downloads and opens up.
Okay, it's opened up.
Okay, now do you see a feature? If it's a PDF, you should see a feature where
no, it's not showing.
it's not showing the document at all.
Oh, yeah. Is it the one with the little pen?
Okay, let's take it one step at a time. Because do you have the document open?
Yes.
Do you have the email open?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you see the document in the email?
Yes. I opened it up in the email.
You opened up the email and did you download the document so that the document now occupies your whole screen?
Yes.
Okay. There should be a feature once the document is open to allow you to sign that document or write text on it.
It don't. I follow what you told me to do. It don't.
You have an iPhone, right?
Yes.
And you've opened up the email.
Yes.
And the document, you've tapped on the document and now it's opened up the document.
Yes. And this is how it's pop up. It's just not showing.
Okay, that's perfect. Now on the top right-hand corner of your screen, it looks like a circle with a pen.
I see it.
You press on that.
Okay. Oh, and you got the text thing on there.
It gives you the option. If you press the plus button at the bottom,
I see it, and it allow me text.
you see the word text. You click on text. You see a box appear in the document that says text.
I'm doing it now.
I'm telling you, this is the progress. Court now teaches people how to use Adobe.
Yeah, I never had to do this before, so I went on.
If you just type in your name and acknowledge that's your signature, you can move the box to where your signature needs to be,
Okay.
which would be under the paragraph that says, I waive my right to counsel. Now, before you close the document out, I need to show you how to save the document. So don't be hasty to close it out. Mr. Harris, you need to let me know what's going on so I can understand where you are.
I'm over here trying to make it smaller.
The way you make it smaller is on the lower left-hand corner, you'll see the words AA.
Mhm.
You press that,
I see it.
and then you can move the bar to make it smaller.
Okay.
You can even change the color of the letters to blue.
All right. Undefended, right?
Yes, sir, you're the defendant. Just make sure you put that text on the right line where it says signature of defendant. There's going to be only one at the middle top of the page under the paragraph where it talks about waiver of counsel.
Okay.
It's the text box in that signature line.
Okay.
All right. Now, if the text box with your name is on that signature line, then
Yeah.
on the top left-hand corner, you'll see the word done, D-O-N-E.
Okay.
Press that. And at the bottom, you'll see a bunch. You hit reply all. Are you following me, sir?
Yes, I am.
Do you see the word reply all?
No.
What messages do you see after you click done?
It just pop up to the pictures.
No, you've left the Zoom. I don't know where you are. Okay, go back to the page. Okay. There should, yeah, the word done is in the top left-hand corner of the screen.
Mm-hmm. And once I click it, it take me back to all the files that I saved.
Okay, do you see any of those documents that you just worked on?
Yes,
Click on that.
I did.
And what does it say?
What do you mean? What it said? It just.
It should say reply all or new message. In other words, to send that document back to whoever sent it to you.
Oh no. All right. Yeah, I have my girl doing it. She's better than me with that.
Does she need some instruction?
Nah, I was the one that needed instruction. She helping me. It's just being sent now.
Miss Marshall Story, can you see if you've received the document back and if you can pull up the PDF? It should have his typed name on the signature line. Did you receive anything, Ms. Ryder? No.
Okay, probably a couple more seconds.
Yes, nothing as of yet.
Okay, we'll just wait.
Which one are you sending it to?
Any progress, Mr. Harris?
It's already sent on my end.
While you're waiting, you might want to write this down. Probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta.
You said 132?
132 Mitchell Street, downtown Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
You need to report there next Thursday, anytime after 9 a.m., but before 3 p.m.
And is it a certain person I'm supposed to ask for or speak to with?
You go there, you show them your case number, and say the judge asked me to report for probation.
And I don't know my case number.
You do. It's in all the documents we sent you.
Okay.
It's right at the top. Zachary Harris, case number 20 CR 002-781F.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Harris, do you know how to go into the sent folder in your email? You have it? Okay. Thank you. All right, Ms. Marshall Story, we're going to proceed with State versus Zachary Harris, case number 20 CR 002-781F. Mr. Harris is charged with the following offenses: cruelty in the third degree, battery causing substantial physical harm, and obstruction of a law enforcement officer from January 9th, 2019. Mr. Harris is present and representing himself. He has read and signed the defendant's waiver of right to counsel. Mr. Harris, you've been advised also of your right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say, your statements can and will be used against you. This is going to be a negotiated plea hearing. And Mr. Harris, may I place you under oath for purposes of this plea?
Oh, okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, thank you. Mr. Harris, I'm going to hear from the prosecutor as to what they are recommending. Ms. Marshall Story?
Your Honor, in this case, the prosecution is offering the following sentence. On a plea to the battery, substantial physical harm. I keep losing the sentence. Where did it go? Yes, on the battery, substantial physical harm, 12 months probation, balance probated. 12 months probation, 8 anger management classes, and no contact with Akila Wooten, along with 30 hours of community service.
Any objection to non-reporting if he completes his conditions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Harris, you have read the recommendation that was presented by the prosecutor. Do you agree to the terms?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also agree as to the factual allegations supporting the charge of battery causing substantial physical harm?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Marshall Story, are we going to null cross the remaining two
Yeah,
charges?
yes, Your Honor. I'm actually doing that right now and will forward that to Ms. Redden.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, do you also agree that the venue of this criminal offense was in Fulton County and that the alleged perpetrator, the identity of the alleged perpetrator is you?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Harris, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No.
And have you understood the proceedings as it was explained to you by Ms. Marshall Story?
Yes.
And are you entering a plea freely, knowingly, and voluntarily?
Yes.
If you decide to take this plea, you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to be able to challenge these charges in a court of law, have the assistance of counsel to challenge the state's evidence, present your own defenses, confront your accuser and examine witnesses, as well as have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yes.
How do you plead to one count of battery causing substantial physical harm?
I'm guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months probation. You will report to probation at the address I've provided on next Thursday, September 15, at 9 a.m. and before 3 p.m. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
While you're on probation, you will complete 8 anger management classes and have no contact with Akila Wooten. And you will also complete 30 hours of voluntary community service. And the voluntary community service can be done at any nonprofit agency, which is not a school and not a church. Understood?
Yes. And how does that work?
You go to somewhere like the Atlanta Food Bank or Salvation Army or Animal Rescue, and you tell them your name and that you are required by the judge to complete 30 hours of voluntary community service. Would they have any openings for you to do that? And then they will put you to work. You may be doing 1 hour a day. You may be doing 5 hours a day. It depends on the agency. And then the supervisor will give you a letter with the letterhead stating that you have completed at least 30 hours. Then you give that letter to your probation officer.
Okay.
Once you have completed the anger management classes and once you have completed the 30 hours of community service, then your probation will be non-reporting. In other words, you don't have to go back and keep reporting to probation. Only after the anger management and the community service are done.
And where's the classes located?
The anger management classes will be done by any qualified school that is approved by your probation officer. They can give you a list of the schools that do it.
Okay.
I will waive your probation fees for the months of September, October, and November. After that, if you are still completing your conditions, you will need to start paying probation fees from December 1st onwards.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Harris, thank you very much for working with us. These documents will all be filed. Remember to report to probation next Thursday at the location and times I've indicated.
Okay.
All right, you are free to go. Thank you. All right, everyone. Is there any other questions about the cases?
Not from the state.
All right, take care then. The fence has already run off, so. All right. Take care, everyone.
Have a good
Oh, no, Mr.
weekend.
Robinson is still here. All right, he's still monitoring us. All right, take care.
Okay.
Thank you, folks.